on. Hello. Anyway, good morning, good evening, whatever. Is there like a... It's just hey, isn't it? I was just thinking, is there like a non-time specific greeting? And it's hello. That's what it is. I haven't had my morning coffee yet. Can you tell? Anyway, I was watching some stuff and thought oh damn, I'm gonna have coffee grinds in my coffee. But yeah, so what I'm doing, I didn't seem to get to like create a title or interesting. So okay, sorry, I'm just getting confused with the format because I'm double streaming. Yeah, I was just watching, so I don't know if I ever actually posted the video of my reaction to Destiny and like Richard Wolff's debate on Twitch. But there was like, oh geez, that's a lot of coffee grounds. But there was major backlash for the debate because it was just a mess. Like, as a socialist, as a proper lefty, it killed me inside. Like, actually killed me inside to watch, because this man is claiming, see, this is the madness of being a lefty at the moment. This man is claiming to be a socialist, as do many people, and then completely misrepresents socialism. He doesn't even like Marx. Like, if you're purporting that that you represent a socialist point of view, do you not think you should like open up with the fact that you don't like Marx? Like, that's quite a major point, actually, you know? Yeah, so, oh, okay. Yeah, so sorry. So yeah, as I was saying, I don't know if you just watched that, but yes, I did stir my coffee with a pencil. So yeah, the reason I decided to stream. Hey, good to have you here. Hope you're doing good. yeah, so I was watching the debate. It's not the debate, it's the fallout of the debate. Is Destiny watching Richard talk about how the debate went. And I had to come on and react because Richard Wolff is scandalous. He's absolutely scandalous. He's saying he's a socialist when he just, I mean, he doesn't even like Marx, and he has no problem with markets. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I'm the same though. This is my morning coffee. Haven't woken up properly yet. But yeah, I started watching this video this morning almost as soon as I got up. I'm half an hour in already, but I just thought I'll watch it on stream because he started saying some mad stuff, and I was just like, okay, we're gonna have to document this, because I mean, at the moment, like, I'm just trying to establish really like where I sit on the political spectrum in terms of like, if I was gonna discuss these ideas, where do I sit in between people? And I'm this is why I'm like a bit hesitant about getting involved with any debates or any, you know, supporting a particular political view online or social theory view or whatever, because I genuinely don't know where I stand, and I haven't worked everything out. You know, I don't know everything. I haven't worked it all out. And some of these people are just so confident. Like this Destiny guy, he's just so confident. And I know he's not always right, but the way he speaks is so convincing. So I'm still just working it all out. I'm still working out, you know, everything. But let's have a listen.
Contradictions within it, or to dismiss an institution as if it had.
So I'm going to go back a bit.
The distinctive thing. Capital has nothing to do with markets.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to go back a bit more.
5,000 years since then, people have made.
Oh yeah. So this is Richard Wolff. He was, you know, arguing in favor. Yeah, I'll explain. Richard Wolff was debating with Destiny. Destiny is a Twitch streamer, but he's like a pro-capitalist sort of debate guy. And Richard Wolff is an academic who says he's socialist. But the debate that they had, he ended up essentially advocating for cooperatives within a capitalist market. That's what he ended up arguing for. So Destiny was kind of like, sure, you know, like in terms of presenting an anti-capitalist argument, he did not succeed at all. And Richard Wolff was really rude because, you know, like he even said it on this sort of reaction piece. One of his first comments about Destiny was the fact that he had a display name, like he had a problem with the fact that Destiny was called Destiny and didn't use his real name. It's like, what? Really? You're gonna go for childish ad hominem attacks like that? Like, okay, cool. But realistically, like, Richard Wolff couldn't even define capitalism, socialism, or communism. So Destiny's name, yeah, it is childish, isn't it? Destiny's name made no difference to like the content of the argument. It was completely irrelevant. And this man's like, Richard Wolff, this academic, he's like 60 or, I mean, I'm going to be kind to him and say 50 to 60, but I think 60, 70, maybe close. Nah, he's not 80, but he's old. He's not young. Anyway, let's listen to him explaining why he talks about Plato and Aristotle when talking about socialism.
All kinds of critical comments on Marx. No one needs me for that, and we don't need Marx for it either. And Marx was very clear in my reading, and I understand different people read the same text and come away with different interpretations. But in my reading, Marx begins with commodities and markets in volume 1 of Capital, but within a very few pages, he takes us to the other place in the economy in which he was much more interested, namely production. What happens before or after the market? After, in the sense that you buy the inputs, the tools, equipment, the raw material, and you buy the labor power, you hire workers, and then you put them to work, and then you have an output, and then the market.
I don't know if he's being like, I feel like he has to be being purposely incorrect, because that's just not, that's not the way the information is presented by Marx. And it again sounds like a lot of self-advocating. Oh, seem to be having a problem streaming. But yeah, there seems to be a big problem of self-identifying socialists saying that they're representing socialism and then can't even condense like some of the most basic ideas in Marx's work. Even if you're not advocating for a Marxist perspective, if you're a socialist, you'd think like you'd have a good understanding, a solid understanding and rebuttal to Marx's work beyond, you know, whatever the fuck this is.
Shows up again because you sell the output. But Marx was not primarily interested in the buying or the selling. He was interested in the what he called the relations of production. Hint, that's where he was interested. And the reason he explained.
This guy, the way he speaks is just so rude. That's the main thing that I take away. Like, if this guy was lecturing me at university, I'd walk out. Like, there's no way I would be spoken to like this. And definitely not on a regular basis.
Is that it's in production.
Oh, thanks. Okay, how's it going?
Crucial.
Doing good.
Namely, that
I'm just on to
people in production. In capitalism, we call them employees. Produce more than they get in the wage.
Do you think the less stuff on the layout is better. Is that what it is? Because I actually think that's true. Let me know.
Paid to them for coming to work. And in the difference between the value added
On the Middle East, on Israel, Gaza, Palestine, Philistine. Yeah, Philistine. I mean, yeah, I'm pro-Palestine, so you know, I'm not anti-Jew. I'm anti-Zionism as well. Just to make it very clear, there are plenty of Orthodox Jews that also share the exact same view. It's not a religious thing. It is a state thing. It is a terrorism thing. It is an occupation thing. It's an apartheid thing. And that's it. Like, but I've had this position for a long time. Since I was 17, I've been pro-Palestine. So 11 years, you know? Because it's apartheid. It's treating a group of humans as if they're a second-class human for no reason. The evangelicals need to calm the fuck down. Yeah, like that's madness. The fact that there are, like, I saw a video the other day of a Jewish man from Boston, going into Palestine 48. Well, you'd already been there for a while, you know, but taking the woman's land and then going, oh, well, if I don't steal it, someone else will. Don't blame me. It's not my fault. It's like, you're the one doing it. Like, what? What do you mean, don't blame me? Like, you're doing it. You've come from a different country to do it as well. Like, oh my day, it really is sad. It's very sad. What's making me more upset is so there's three elements that make it really, really despicable for me. Is the terrorizing of children in their own homes, you know, coming in, taking photos of them in the middle of the night, making them get up out of their bed for no fucking good reason, and having like guns in their face. The main people like that, they keep doing that. They keep like so many people in Palestine, or just so many Palestinians are literally like amputees, and they do this over and over and over, so that there's less mortality rates or lower mortality rates. But you know, like no one can work, no one can defend their own homes. All of the men of the families aren't able to work. Like, it's crazy. It's some crazy shit. And then the third element that makes these attacks, these recent ones, particularly disgusting, is that they decided to go into Al-Aqsa in the middle of Ramadan, one of the holiest days, and whilst these people are praying, start shooting at them. What? Like, the IDF said they were keeping rocks in the mosque and were playing too hard, so they had to respond with praying too hard. It kills me. And you know what else is really annoying is the BBC here, the coverage of it is crazy. Like, they're in there saying like, oh yeah, Hamas. Like, come on. Really? They said Hamas started it. Like, the BBC has said IDF have just been responding to attacks from Hamas, not mentioning the occupation, not mentioning the fact that Israelis have been literally celebrating Al-Aqsa Mosque being on fire. Well, they thought it was on fire, it was a tree. They're not talking about the fact that settlers are just going in and terrorizing Palestine. Well, it's not just the army, it's everyone. It's not everyone. Not every Israeli is supportive of the occupation, but a big old chunk of them are. And yeah, it's a bit mental. I'm, to be honest, I'm disappointed in the other Muslim countries. Like, what are you do? Why aren't you coming out and why aren't you supporting this cause? Like, I don't get it. That one kind of blows my mind. And you know, clearly starting to kick off with Iran if this is going. Israel's going too far. Oh yeah, Saudi don't. There's no point in commenting on Saudi, to be honest, because the West has such a embedded relationship with them and the UAE. It's a really strange situation. You've been there. I wouldn't. I mean, obviously, I'm not. You know, like I like having my hair nice. I mean, it's frizzy and it's crazy, but it's free. Yeah, fair. No, I wouldn't get on very well. Well, Dubai would be fine, but Saudi, no. Like, because Dubai you can drink and stuff, can't you? But no, thank you. But yeah, Saudi's going mental. Like, but they've been consolidating power in the Middle East for a long time. But that's why I'm kind of like, okay, well, it was Ramadan. Now Eid's come, so you're not fasting anymore, you know, so you can engage in arguments and shit again, right? Because I was assuming that was why a lot of the Middle East had kind of been quiet for the last few days, because you know it's Ramadan. You can't really be getting into arguments. You can't be doing all that kind of shit. So I was like, okay, not how it works. How does it work then? Pretty sure that is how it works, because you're not allowed to get into arguments whilst you're fasting. You're not allowed to get angry. You're not allowed to do any of that shit whilst you're fasting. No? Yeah, I think the unless you have a cause bit is left to interpretation, because some people just want to be super, super holy for the month of Ramadan and they don't want to get angry or into any conflicts. I think you're not meant to start any new conflicts, so I think technically this wouldn't really count. But even so, I think I've seen a lot of Muslims saying that they can't really be out here supporting the cause because it's Ramadan. But Ramadan's over now, so if that was your excuse before, you need to just you know? Oh, I'm sure God would be okay with it. I'm sure he would. I'm not saying it's a justified reason to not get involved, but I'm just saying that that is seemingly the reason that a lot of people have given for the last week. But that excuse is over now. Even if that was your reason, now that's kind of done. So I would imagine that you should be getting involved. Not you specifically. I didn't mean you in that sense, but people. 119 people have been killed in Gaza since Monday. Ben Shapiro, what's he saying? God. Oh God, he's probably all for it, no? Because he's an American, quite Jewish person, you know? But he's an American Jewish person. And the American Zionists are very strange. And there's so many Christian Zionists in America. The evangelicals, like you were saying. It's weird. He denies anything happened. Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up. Let's have a look. He's a fucking idiot. Wow. Oh, he's made the skull cap very visible in the thumbnails for these anti. Oh my God. I don't think I can watch this shit.
You've been watching the media today, I'm sure, and you have seen that there is violence in Jerusalem. Now, the way the media cover this sort of stuff is they always suggest that it's a cycle of violence, both sides.
Definitely not weird having a blue line in the American in. I don't know what that means. What do you mean?
Blame. This is because the media are ignorant and stupid and have no expectations of humane and decent behavior by radicals in the Palestinian community. Now, the vast majority of Palestinians are not people, presumably, who want to engage in violence and terror. But there are a lot of people in that community who do, in fact, want to engage in violence and terrorism, and those people tend to occupy the highest rungs of Palestinian governmental structures. Hamas runs at the Gaza Strip. It is an open terrorist group. Islamic Jihad.
Oh. Is that what it's about? Oh, weird. Oh, that's very strange. That's really weird.
And Fatah are the other groups that run Judea and Samaria, the so-called West Bank. Okay, those groups.
The so-called West Bank. He showed himself up already. Like, the so-called West Bank. That was agreed upon in 1948. So if you don't believe in that, then you believe that Israel should take over the whole of Palestine. In which case, you're supporting genocide.
Are terrorist groups. They've been terrorist groups for a very long time. Now, the pretext for all of this is the eviction of some Palestinian families from Sheikh Jarrah, from homes in Sheikh Jarrah.
Eviction? Occupation of?
They're allowed
terrorizing of
to live elsewhere. They're just not allowed to live in these particular homes.
Their homes. They're not allowed to live in their homes.
They don't have legal deed to these homes. There's been a string of.
They didn't need a legal because it's their fucking land. But you know what? Israeli forces are gonna get settlers some forged documents anyway and say that they somehow even though this was a barren land, apparently, according to the story that they tell themselves in Israel. It was an abandoned land, an empty land, a land with nobody for a people with no land. That's the story that they tell themselves. So how could they have owned the home before these Palestinians, if before the Palestinians were there was no one? How? Please explain to me this shit. Pisses me off.
All the way back to 1970 by Israeli courts, suggesting that people who have the original legal deeds to these homes
1970?
have the ability to charge.
No, just half of these people who are occupying these Palestinian homes are coming over from other countries. How could they have had ownership of something that when they didn't, they weren't even Israeli fucking citizens at that stage?
People living in the homes who haven't been paying the rent, and so now they're going to be taken out.
The rent? What?
The homes.
He doesn't even know what he's saying, and he knows it. This
way that if you don't pay your rent in the United States in an apartment, you get evicted. It's that simple.
Yeah, by the owner, by the landlord. They aren't landlords.
According to NGO Monitor,
they're fucking thieves.
The district court case addressed ownership claims of 8
so
appellants.
Dumb.
The court found 3 of the appellants are the children and grandchildren of residents who acknowledged the ownership of the Israeli organizations in court proceedings in 1982. 4 of the appellants claimed to have purchased the properties in 1991 from a man named Ismail, but can note that they have no idea who Ismail is. They can't provide any documentation for this. So
it doesn't matter. Like, this is a load of shit. Obviously, I'm going to skip past half and listen to
most people
later
in
on.
Palestinian areas who just like to be left alone and live their lives. I think this represents the militant wing of these corrupt governmental bodies that are terrorist groups. So yesterday, you started to see members of the media who are ignorant and stupid pass around video of people chanting on the Temple Mount, right? These are Palestinians who are chanting on the Temple Mount. And they're like, look at these people resisting Israel. Look at how they're resisting Israel, Israeli oppression. Okay, so here is the video, and then I'll tell you what they're saying. Okay, so you can see in the background the Dome of the Rock. This is again up on the Temple Mount. I've been up there. Okay, this is the, okay, you have probably 1,000 people who are all chanting in unison here. Young Palestinian men. So what exactly are they chanting? So the media pushed this out. Look at this beautiful active. Here's what they're chanting in Arabic: "Bomb, bomb, Tel Aviv." Now you may have noticed this is not actually occupied territory. Tel Aviv is like the first major city in Israel outside of Jerusalem. So this is just terrorists who are calling for terrorism. That's all. Or terrorist supporters calling for terrorism. There are a bunch of people who and then they had to take it down. If not now, put this out. Sure. Okay, well, the Mishra went right along with this, right? They moved this all up out. Fine. There'd be stockpiling rocks and fireworks and weapons up there.
See how that changed? There's people storing rocks and fireworks and weapons. So people are trying to gather rocks to get ready to throw at the rockets that the highly militarized Israeli army are going to use to terrorize Gaza. Everyone be scared. Like, fuck's sake. Maybe they're saying that because you took their homes and attacked a mosque. Yeah, attacked a mosque at a time when people were, and closed people in. Like, that's got to be terrifying. And yet they're saying that they're not terrorists. Like, come on, bro.
And apparently, the media think that's totally fine. Okay, again, the media don't know anything about this conflict, and so they pretend they know something about the conflict, and then they lie to you about the conflict. Arab students are
Said the man lying about the conflict.
One of the most liberal areas in Israel is Hebrew University. Hebrew U is not a conservative organization. There are riots over there too. All of this supposedly over the eviction of 4 families from Sheikh Jarrah. 4 families. There are millions of Palestinians who live.
It's not 4 families. It's not 4 families. Sheikh Jarrah is the most recent of the occupations. And in one section, like all other Palestinian territories are also being encroached upon. This is an organized, militarized, terroristic occupation and apartheid. Like, so disingenuous. 4 homes getting taken, right? Then Hamas is apparently Israel. Must be, according to this guy. Hamas, none of their rockets ever reach Israel because Israel has such an effective military. Like, I think one Hamas rocket has got through their whatever Iron Dome defense shite, and I only know that because that's the only thing that got reported on by the BBC, which was Hamas rocket gets through the IDF's defense system. I was like, and how many of Israel's get through? Oh yeah, all of them. They take down buildings at a time. Like,
areas. 4 families were evicted because they were living in actual legally documented Jewish homes.
nope,
Without paying rent.
nope, forged documents so he can suck a dick. I'm sure he'd enjoy it.
And there are widespread riots. That's what we call a pretext, gang. That is a pretext.
I don't know if you can see this guy's face, but he knows from what he just said that he's lying. I don't know if you can see his face. It's a liar's face. It's a liar's face.
For violence at Hebrew University?
Trevor Noah
Is all coordinated from above.
is establishment.
Coordinated by Hamas, and it's all calm.
I'm not really, I don't really listen to Trevor Noah anymore. You know why? Actually, because of the fact that he did talk about Palestine a couple of years ago. I remember that's genuinely when I stopped watching Trevor Noah and The Daily Show. I don't know if you remember, but a few years back, there was Eurovision. Eurovision is a European competition for singing. It's like a load of shite. Each country participates, blah, blah, blah. But the Swedish, I think it was, the Swedish or Danish or the group for one of these Scandinavian countries, the group that was representing that country held a Palestine flag at the Eurovision and said "Free Palestine." And Trevor Noah did a story on Eurovision and didn't mention it. And I was like, oh, pro-Israel person. Okay, cool. And I haven't watched him since. So what Trevor Noah's take is, it's an establishment take. So actually fucking, like, nah, he's not genuinely supportive of the Palestinian cause, because if he was, he would have been saying this 4 years ago or what. I'm going to find out when it was. Eurovision Palestine protest, because I think they got disqualified for doing it. Iceland did it, and they did it. When did they do it? Oh, 2 years. Is it 2 years ago? Looks like it. Yeah. It was so long ago. But yeah, I mean, oh, that's it, because it was in Tel Aviv. And Trevor Noah didn't mention it. You know? So Yeah. I don't care if he changed his take. He's only changed his take because some power above has said he's allowed to now. So whatever his take is, it doesn't matter. It's like not a genuine take, so I'm not going to listen to it. If he wanted to use his platform for the Palestinians, he would have done it then, when the opportunity genuinely presented itself. You can't comment on something now so that there's a managed opposition. Like, nah. I'm very disappointed in Trevor Noah, actually, to be honest. He likes him, and then a few years ago he just really, really disappointed me. Yeah, he's not really touching on power though, is he? Not really. Because it's only because he's allowed to now talk about it that he's talking about it, which means someone's told him to talk about it. He's a South African. He was commenting on the Eurovision in Tel Aviv. There was a protest for Palestine, and he didn't mention it. This is not a man who cares. This is not a man who cares. If he did care, he would have instantly called out apartheid when he saw it. This is a man who puts himself first. So fuck him. Like, no. I got so angry at him when that happened with the Eurovision thing. I genuinely haven't watched The Daily Show since. And I'm not going to, ever again. I know, that's what I mean. Like, but I've realised from listening to some of the stories that he's spoken about about leaving South Africa, about going back, about all of these different things. He's very narcissistic. He's going to put his career above everything else, to be honest, which is probably generally the case for entertainers and stuff like that, which is, you know, whatever. But I'm not going to watch him. I'm not going to support him, because how can you be a South African commenting on this kind of shit and not mention side? You know? So yeah, it's the same with a lot of entertainment people, but the best way to not support those people is to not watch their shit, which is why I haven't watched The Daily Show since. And I stopped watching John Oliver a while ago as well because of some of the stuff he was saying. I watch no lefty comedy anymore because they've excluded half their audience. Hello, how's it going? Hope you're good. We're just chatting about Israel and apartheid and, you know, genocide. You wouldn't mention, if you're commenting and even if you're pro-Zionist, you wouldn't mention like denying existence. You mean Palestinian? What do you mean? You wouldn't say the word Palestinian? Is that what he wouldn't do? Is that what you mean? Like he wouldn't say the word Palestine? Who? Trevor Noah? Who hit? Oh, Biden Gaga. Rihanna, yeah, Rihanna needs to shut the fuck up about everything, to be honest. I mean, if you're living in Dubai, you know better than I do that what Rihanna's political affiliations are. So fuck her, fuck Nicki Minaj, fuck all of them. Doesn't matter what they've got to say, you know? Like, little piece of shit. So Gal Gadot, she's Israeli though, no? I'm sure she is. Yeah, I honestly don't know why all of these people are commenting on it. It's bizarre. But more people are supporting the Palestinian cause. So it's getting there. TikTok, interestingly, yeah, I knew it. Yeah, I thought so. They've always got fit women in the IDF as well. I've noticed that. A lot of them are fucking gorgeous. What was I saying? I got distracted by the IDF ladies. Yeah, no, I can't remember what I was saying. IDF is vegan. Doesn't matter. Like, yeah. I mean, they've got fucking checkpoint and borders and all sorts. So, yeah, like, their position on fucking carbon and animal sentience is highly irrelevant because they're treating their neighbours as though they're subhuman. Also, the Torah teaches that the Jewish people are an exiled people. They're not meant to have a land. That's true Jewish teachings. So all of this Israel shit doesn't even go in line with Judaism. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. And you get so many pro-Zionists who are just like, yep, no, this is how it's meant to be. It's the way it's meant to be. No, it's not, you dumb fuck. Honestly, the Palestine situation really annoys me. It's the one place that I'd really like to go to do some proper research. Like, genuinely, I'd like to go and do some journalism. But yeah, I think Israel would take me if I did. I don't know if I asked you this. If I have, forgive me. Do you like reading books? I do like reading books. I mainly read non-fiction though. I listen to audiobooks as well. Since Hitler did it to them, they can now do it to others. I know what you mean, but yeah, well, the whole timeline of all of that is just mental. But also, don't you think like that whole situation was just the Europeans trying to get rid of Jewish people out of Europe? Like, do you not feel like that was kind of the whole situation? Because that's what I feel like happened. So everyone's acting like it's a really positive relationship. I don't think it is. Yeah, I like non-fiction too. There's some good books. This is one I was given that I need to read. Still haven't properly. It's all about the core. So it's like fiction, but not fiction. Oh, this is still haven't finished. The Glass Bead Game. Killing the SS stamp for the worst war criminals in history. Interesting. Sounds good. This is a really good one. It's interesting. It's like, it's heavy. I mean, to be honest, it is heavy. And if you're not like in the place to read it, it's not the one. Written in German, which is pretty good. But it's all philosophy, like, yeah. So like the Glass Bead Game, that's what this one is. What else is there? There's The Alchemist is a good one. Prince, obviously a good one. Hey, Sanity Assassin, how's it going? We're talking about all sorts at the moment. We're talking about Israel, Palestine, books, philosophy. I need to get on with writing at some point as well. Oh, yeah, thanks for asking. It was really nice. It was really, really nice. Thank you. Look at this. Look at how, so I'm just talking about, I started a new job on Wednesday. It was my first day. And my boss got me that. Look, a card saying, "You're so loved," and like, "Welcome to the team," and stuff. And gave me a little notebook and a pen. I was like, oh, it was just really sweet. No, it was nice. Thanks for asking. It was just really cute. Oh, you didn't invest in crypto, did you? Based on Elon Musk. Oh dear, oh dear. I mean, I don't want to deserve it, but what do they want? Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. Nah, it was a nice day. Yeah, no, it was good. It was really nice. Everyone's pretty chill. Overtime. It does look like people do that, and it's got that, like, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's really, really nice. The majority of people are working there like on a part-time basis. Same me. Or the majority of the teams that I work with are there on like a part-time basis. Things going on in our life that we're also doing outside of work. So it's nice. It's quite nice, actually. Vaccine cause autism. I mean, you got evidence for that, bro? I know you don't, but yeah. Big K, have you genuinely lost your money in crypto? It does. That's the evidence. Okay. Oh, no worries. Oh, thanks, Sanity Assassin. I hope you're doing good too. But yeah, I'm good. I got an essay handed in yesterday as well, and oh my days, it's bad. The essay's bad, but it's in, so the main thing. But yeah, I do need to get on with other ones. I think I need to go back to a comment about Israel. Oh, fair. Take care anyway, Sanity Assassin. Israel PM says Hitler only wanted to exile Jews, but when he talked to Palestinians, he brainwashed him to kill Jews instead of exile. Something. Oh, is it? Okay. I hadn't. Yeah, I don't know. What, the Palestinian? Wait, the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Is this what you're saying? Says that the Palestinian leader brainwashed Hitler. Bro, I don't think he needed any help. Killing the mob. The fight against. Is that just an ad? Killing the mob, the fight against organised crime in America. Just kidding. Okay. Have a nice day, Plaxnum. Thoughts on dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets versus regular chicken nuggets? I mean, dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets are clearly superior. Oh, it's not an ad. Fair enough, Plaxnum. I'll have a look at that, because that's kind of up my street. Is it a history of it, Plaxman? Or, yeah, is it like talking about contemporary era or the history of organised crime? Fair enough, Sanity Assassin. Have a good one, anyway. Yeah, chicken nuggets, though, in general, we should probably swerve. I mean, you know, when it comes to chicken nuggets, I've always got the hot takes. Always got the hot takes. I haven't had chicken nuggets in a while, but I like donuts, dinosaurs. Costco or Sam's Club for shopping. I don't know what Sam's Club is, so I'm gonna have to go Costco. But I don't have a Costco card, so neither. I guess I'm without food forever. The history of organised crime, like Al Capone. Oh, Al Capone's interesting. His whole history is very interesting in terms of, see, this is how classic mobs and organised criminals had like a sense. This is how they embedded themselves and stayed embedded for a long time, is stuff like what Al Capone did, which was, you know, like he came up with the free milk for schools situation in New York. He's the one who started giving out free milk. And then, you know, you're getting people on board because you're like, oh shit, the mob are doing more for me socially than the fucking government. And that's how they stay. That's how they stay in power. That's what organised criminals in the UK are really, really trying to do at the moment as well. I think that's what's happening with the roadworks in the UK as well. But I have absolutely no evidence of that yet. So I'm going to have to hold off on that hot take. All of the killing books are history books. Yeah, nice. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah. Do you know that? I was just thinking about that cryptocurrency thing that you were saying. Big K. That's a joke. Like everyone jumping on the old cryptocurrency is hilarious because it's a really volatile market with some huge actors in it, and all those big actors need to do is sell, and the whole fucking market crumbles, and all of you, the small people, lose all your money. Like that's not the case with every cryptocurrency. Some of them are actually based in something, but don't invest in that. Dogecoin, definitely don't invest in that. Like the fact that one social actor, Elon Musk, has power within various different cryptocurrency markets should tell you that those are unstable markets that you shouldn't be investing in. Like if one person can own more than a quarter of the whole cryptocurrency, which I'm talking about with Dogecoin, which Elon Musk does, why would you invest in that as a small investor? Especially if you have no idea how the market works, which most people don't, because I don't, and I've done a fair bit of studying into it. Like I've been well aware of like blockchains, Bitcoin, etc. for a long time now, and I still was confident investing in it. So yeah, and NFTs are the biggest joke. Like why anyone would, that just seems like a fucking scam. I don't know why anyone has got involved, unless you're trying to sell. Like I've put some stuff up there just in case, you know, just in case it sells. But I'm not going to buy shit because that's stupid. As someone from the US, why do people clown on Guernsey so much? I never knew they did. Do they? Is that a thing? What for? Guernsey? I don't know. I never hear anything about Guernsey. What have you heard about Guernsey? I'm so intrigued. What have you heard? Because yeah, I've heard of people having an issue with Guernsey, to be honest. People in like the British Isles have an issue with Jersey, but that's only because Jersey's fucking tax-free. I mean, all of these isles are, but why are they going there? I just don't get. Little island. I don't know why people are. I don't think it's a shithole. I think it's quite nice. what I understand, it's quite wealthy. And I mean, it's right next to France, so it's going to have better weather than the UK. I just don't understand why. Don't know. Never heard of people shitting on Guernsey, to be honest, ever. I think I'd live there. I'm just looking over the news. But yeah, back to Richard Wolff and that.
By the worker's labor and the value of the wage paid to the worker. In that difference, which Marx called the extra, the more that.
Yeah, so here, I'm just going to go back. Wolff is explaining the most basic tenets of Marxism.
In the wage paid them for coming to work.
Hey aliens, how's it going?
Between the value added.
I'm just watching Destiny's reaction to Richard Wolff's reaction to their debate. And picking apart this idiot's take on socialism. Yeah, good, thanks. New job's great, loving it. Yeah. How about you? How's it going? New job's really good.
By the workers' labor.
I mean, I'm saying that, but we'll see tomorrow and Sunday, really, because that's when it's busy. So we'll see. But yeah, I think I really like it.
Value of the wage paid to the worker. In that difference, which Marx called the extra, the more that the worker produces that he gets, that's the surplus. The English translation of the German word mehr or more is surplus.
I went for the photography one. Sales. It's nice. It's good. It's chill. But yeah, so Richard Wolff Richard Wolff is talking about the translation of more from German to English, as if that makes a difference. And it does not. Like, it's the exact same thing. He's just pointing. This guy does this a lot. He points out something that's really obvious and says it in such a condescending way that he acts as if he's saying something new, but he's not. He's just saying stuff that people already know. But yeah, thanks for asking, Aileen.
Very bad translation, but we live with it. That surplus, that's Marx's point. There it is, folks. There's where profit, surplus, growth, it all happens right there in production. I'm going to show it to you.
So this is a fundamental mischaracterization of Marx's take on capitalist markets. Like, the surplus is the same as profit, sure. It isn't the same as growth. Because, I mean, just, if you know the basics of running a fucking company, you'd know that R&D, reinvest money. So profit and growth can't be the same thing. They're in direct opposition to each other. You either reinvest or you make the profit available to your shareholders, whatever, you know?
And then I'm going to explain how that surplus is taken, a tiny minority in every capitalist enterprise, the owners, the employer, the board of directors in the corporation, and distributed by them socially. I'm going to show you all of that. That's the crucial exposure that a critique of capitalism has to understand. And that's what the people before me, Marx writes, didn't get. So yeah, I focus on the last exaggerate, but to drive the point.
Oh, by the way, he keeps doing this. Every single point, in him having to justify the positions he took in his debate with Destiny, he's having to hyperbolize everything he says. If you can't say it in straight terms, then maybe don't say it.
I don't care. I don't care whether the distribution of goods and services is handled by a market or by a planning apparatus.
Yeah, welcome to liberalism then.
Combination of that. That's
He's not a fucking socialist. But he keeps saying he is.
a secondary concern. If you ask my personal opinion, I don't like markets. I was persuaded before I ever encountered Marx that the market is a crude, ugly, and unfair way. And the argument is very simple. In a market, when something is scarce, that is, whenever the demand exceeds the supply, the price goes up. And that's a rationing system. It means that the scarcity is overcome because the rising price prices the people who don't have much money out. They can't offer to buy it anymore because they can't pay that price. Price is a rationing mechanism.
It's not. This is actually what made me want to comment on this thing, because it's just not true. This is one of the fallacies of capitalist thinking, is that pricing is related to a demand, which we all know that's just not true. It has nothing to do with consumer demand at all. We're seeing that particularly with the production of vaccines at the moment. I mean, we already know that this time next year we're going to have an oversupplied market of vaccines. We know that because the companies who are producing the vaccines told us that 2 months ago, that they will have an abundance of vaccines this time next year that we do not need. They know that already. So it's nothing to do with demand. Absolutely nothing to do with demand. We already know that. The other myth of thinking is that there is a scarcity of resources. For some resources, that still is applicable. But for the majority of resources, it is not a scarcity model that we need to be thinking of. We need to be thinking about redistribution models and not scarcity models. So this so-called socialist talking about scarcity in markets fucks my brain, to be honest.
And for me, the notion that something that is scarce is going to finally be allocated to those with the most money is morally and ethically unacceptable. Why?
Luxury items are luxury items, not because any of the stuff is scarce. Like designer clothing, there's no scarcity involved in any of that supply chain. None. has nothing to do with it at all.
What about yachts?
There are millions
Yachts
that
are
Yachts, I mean,
scarce. Like,
for distributing whatever is
fuck,
scarce,
that's such a
and the
stupid-
fact that the final recipient of a scarce good is the one with the most money in his or her pocket. I find that so obvious and don't interest me very much. So I
what?
can live if we do some things with market
He's engaging with this idea when there's actually no logical basis for it, especially as a fucking socialist. Nah.
change. I can live with it. If we do some things with planning, I'm happier than I am with markets. For me, that's a much secondary question than the issue, are we going to organize the production, that place where people go?
See, this annoyed me when I was listening to the original debate as well. He keeps talking about production, right? And when Destiny challenged him on whether markets, you know, tertiary markets, which is the majority of markets in so-called developed countries now, because we're consumer societies that import our produced goods from other economies. When Destiny challenged him and said, okay, so how do we apply this to the service industry? He just went, no, we can't, because it's just based on production. So, nothing we could do. It's like, that's just not true. Like, all of this is, like, I don't know what socialist comes on and deals with fallacious arguments like this idea of scarcity of resources is a myth, and the majority of people know that.
5 days a week, 9 to 5, go to work in the office, the store. What are the relationships in that situation? How do they organize the production, appropriation, and distribution of the surplus? That's what has to be changed fundamentally. We've had markets with slavery. We've had markets with capitalism. It is definitional nonsense to refer to capitalism as a market system. The way, by the way, the New York Times does literally every day.
It's the primacy of the market. It's the fact that the market is above all. It's the fact that the market influences everything else that happens in society. That that's what distinguishes capitalist markets from slave markets and whatnot. Like, what a stupid fucking argument. Anyway, Earth has like trillions of years of resources left at current use. I have no idea. I have no idea.
It is not a.
But the generation of electricity and that could be done in totally different ways and wouldn't burn any fossil fuels or anything. But
Market system. In other words, that's not a definitional boundary that separates it from feudalism or slavery or other
no,
systems too.
If he had read Marx, he would know. He would know that what separates a capitalist economy from a slave-based market economy or a feudalist economy is the fact that the market overtakes everything else in terms of how to run society. That's
That used markets.
like, you've got the economic base and the social superstructure. This man's apparently a fucking socialist.
What's distinctive about capitalism is the relationship of production. The relationship in slavery between master and slave. Destiny didn't like this because it was his. He didn't want history. But
God, what a loser! Oh, this guy's so stupid.
The distinctive thing.
Capitalism has nothing to do with markets. What does free enterprise look like with no market trends? Like, how does it even make sense? Please, Professor, can you please explain?
I don't want to agree with a capitalist. That's the really annoying thing about this, is I don't want to agree with Destiny at all here. But in terms of like being against Wolf's arguments, yeah.
The contractual relationship, that's...
He sounds like a functionalist. Like, he sounds like a functionalist. He sounds like Durkheim. He's like, yeah, the contract, you know, it reflects social relationships. It's just natural. It's just a reflection of what's already in organic relationships. What the hell? Can't I sign up to debate it with Destiny? So I said earlier in the stream, actually, I need to establish where I stand as a socialist, as a whatever, before I start going on arguing live. I need to establish my position. But that's why I'm watching these kinds of things, because I'm like, I'm pretty sure I can explain ideas better than these guys. Not Destiny necessarily. He's very up to date on capitalist markets. There's certainly areas of expertise that he would have that I don't. And I'm sure the same is the case with Richard Wolff, but he hasn't presented that.
System has, which demarcates it from the slavery and the feudalism that preceded it. For all those reasons, I don't focus.
He's a functionalist. This man is a functionalist. How can you say about how the worker contract is different from slavery and feudalist like social relations legitimately as a socialist? How can you say that? It's the exact same thing. It's just codified. Like, I thought it was, this is why I can't do debates yet, because I really thought it was an established sort of principle amongst socialists, communists, lefties in general. This is what I thought was, you know, common ground, was the idea that the worker contract and the idea of individual rights, whilst saying that they give you freedoms, actually limit your freedoms, because as soon as you demarcate what your freedom is, you're also demarcating what your freedom isn't. And more importantly, it's the what it isn't that matters, you know? You can work within this limitation. That's what you're being told with worker rights, with contracts, with whatever. Your freedom is limited to this. I thought that there's like an established understanding of the world amongst socialists and lefties, which is why I need to take more time before getting into any debates about these things, because I don't know where I sit. Like, I think I'm an extremist communist. Because I thought that was like a really obvious, like minor aspect of a socialist stance, is that we all recognize that worker rights, laws, and contracts are a limitation of freedom. and but do the exact same thing as what we had in feudalism and slavery. I thought that was like I thought we all agreed on that, which is why I'm really struggling with these debates, but I'm very intrigued by them.
Focus on markets.
Yeah, but this would be my point, because you said if you wanted to say take a modern stance on this.
So I just need to, because what I'm watching is Destiny watching Richard Wolff talk to another socialist about how the Richard Wolff Destiny debate went. So a bit complicated, too many voices maybe, especially as I'm not sharing, but there you go.
So you can separate Marxian analysis from it, which I would be completely fine with. But the idea that perhaps
I don't even know if he knows what a market is. Also, I have no idea.
Framework and system existing, right? Like, I don't think, and you can correct me on this, if you change the paradigm alone into a world in which we had a majority worker cooperatives, that would fix the same problems that are inherent into the capitalist system. Like, if I would define capitalism as being able to own and sell capital, right? Capital goods, whatever you want to define that as. Within that system itself, we have a majority of cooperatives, which I think is a much better framework. I think it's much more egalitarian, all of that perspective. But there's still the aspect of people who have more capital to begin with will have more power in society, correct? Especially when it comes to the influence in, say, politics. That was something else that was kind of crucial in the Marxian analysis of this. So that doesn't eliminate those problems. It kind of operates within a capitalist framework.
Exactly.
Well, depends on what you.
That's the problem. That's the exact problem, is so many socialists keep doing this, where they're talking about socialism, but within a capitalist framework. And it's like, well, you're not actually presenting anything different. You're presenting a liberal stance within a capitalist market.
I mean by markets, I mean every market that I've ever studied or ever worked in is contextualized. It depends how a market works on the
He can't answer. He can't answer anything. He actually can't have a conversation.
The market works. If you
I don't want to agree with Destiny, but he's fucking right with this.
For example, you don't want some people to have a lot of money that they can use in political influence compared to others. There's all kinds of ways you can constrict and constrain markets. It's been done historically precisely to prevent those.
I just gotta get a shovel.
From happening. We don't.
Okay, there's a lot of noise going on. Just a minute. Not sure what's going on outside my window, but it sounds like someone's about to jump on my roof. So give us a minute. Let's wait for that racket to calm down. And then I'll listen again. 1 minute.
Allow the wage to be determined by the market in the United States. We have a law which says there's a minimum wage.
That applies to like 3% of earners.
Risk.
Market does set wages by far.
Okay, we're not allowing the market to function. You're going to be
Yeah,
taxed.
Santa Claus is very early.
Away from you. That's it.
I don't know if he actually knows what markets are. I legitimately don't know.
To jail you go.
I don't either.
Constraining what the market can do. It's turned about.
Right. Government intervention in capitalist markets is not socialist. Like, this is really annoying me about lefties at the moment. Like, either they're fully like pro-Stalin style communism, or they want capitalism with a social net. You know, like, neither of these are legitimate arguments. I don't want a Stalin style bureaucratic authoritarian communism thing, but I also don't want state intervention in capitalist unregulated markets or semi-regulated markets. Even like regulation of markets, not what is, that's not the aim. you know? I'm just gonna, one sec. Uno minuto, por favor. So there is someone just outside my window. So that would be what the racket was. My landlord decided to send someone round by the looks of things to look at the roof because there's all sorts going on in my room. And I think that he knows that there was a leak on the roof previously because he asked me, is there evidence of leaking? And I said, no, there's a crack at the top though. He was like, oh, okay. He said he couldn't get here until Saturday, but somehow he got here. It got people here today. Now, anyway,
Inequality, if you're concerned about a whole host of social issues, then there are all these steps you can take. It's still a market system, but it's a market
it's a capitalist system.
that is not allowed to function in these ways. And
it's a capitalist system. I just fixing the crack that's on the inside here. So no. But he's the way he asked about is there evidence of leaking from the roof? As soon as I said about mold and stuff, I'm guessing that there was a leak from the roof before, which explains why there's a big crack in my ceiling and why there's mold on the inside of my, you know. But it's not just my room, it's the whole house. The whole house is covered in damp and the walls are falling apart. This isn't just this. He just doesn't want to do proper work that's going to cost a lot, you know. Downstairs he's already painted over the walls with just like anti-mold paint, which doesn't dry out. So there we go.
those ways, then there are whole distributions in a market economy, so-called, that are not in the market. I mean, let me give you an example. When you go home to dinner tonight and you sit down with your friends or your family, there's a division of labor. You cook the dinner. Some of you set the table.
Okay, so yeah, aliens. Yeah. So this here is annoying. So what he's saying is there are non-market social relations that in life. Sorry, I'm just trying to listen to what they're saying is wrong. I think it's bad. Okay. So yeah, what he's saying here about markets and there being like non-market relations. So if he had read Marx properly, he would know that Marx identified that there are non-market social relations. And Marx didn't even have an issue with those kinds of. Marx even identified, and I talk about this all the time because this is something that people really seem to misunderstand or mischaracterize about Marxism, is that there are non-capitalist market relations. But yeah, so Marx gives the example of a chef working in a home, because bear in mind, Marx wasn't, you know, poor. His family was well off. He's well aware of unequal social relations between the rich and the poor. You know, he was the rich. Let's, you know, bear that in mind. He also overvalued the role of intellectuals in society significantly. So Marx didn't have an issue with private relations between the rich and the poor, or worker and employer. He didn't have an issue with that. What he had an issue with was the sudden need for unskilled labor, the dehumanization of the working class through the over specialization and differentiation of factory work, leading to mind-numbing labor, right? So Marx didn't have an issue with chefs working in homes, or you know, a seamstress being employed for work or whatever. Those he didn't have an issue with, because there were plus labor being exploited. It was just, this is what I'm doing. I have skills and whatnot that you want. You're going to pay me this for it, and that's it. That's it. So Marx wasn't against like contracts or employers and employees. That's not an issue. What he had an issue with was the sudden need for shit tons of unskilled labor in production. That's the issue that all fucking socialists back then had an issue with. This Egypt pretending he's a socialist when all he is a social democrat or a liberal capitalist pisses me off.
Some of you take out the garbage. Some of you vacuum the rug. How does that get worked out? Well, you could have a market system. You could get 3 drumsticks of a chicken for 27 square yards of carpet that you vacuum. No, I'm serious. You could arrange to distribute.
Exchange isn't what makes a capitalist market. So this is a complete mischaracterization of what a capitalist market is. It's pissing me off.
What each of you do to make the household livable. That would be a market. But I use it because everybody giggles when I say it. Why? Only because in our we exclude that kind of arrangement. We arrange the distribution of tasks and the enjoyment of the fruit of those tasks non-marketedly. We don't allow the market to function. If you took out the garbage, and when you were done, you came in from the outside because you had deposited the bags of garbage into the cans outside, and you turned to the rest of the people in the room and say, I'd like $2 from each of you because I just took out the garbage, people would either throw something at you or laugh at you because it's preposterous, but of course it isn't. It's just that in our culture, the market is excluded from the inside of the house by the same people who celebrate it outside.
That's not true. It's just not true. Because, like, Marx deals with non-capitalist economic relations. He has no problem with private economic relations.
Because they argue, you'll love this, outside the house, it's a, you see, inside the house, it violates the norms of a loving relationship.
This, if you've read any of Engels and Marx, and if you're a socialist who's read up on Marx, if you've read up on Marx without reading up on Engels, what the fuck are you doing? Because Engels' work, The Condition of the Working Class in England, wherever my copy is, I'm not sure. But that book was essentially the evidence, like the anthropological research that went into Das Kapital. That's where all of the arguments came from, was from Engels. Oh, where is my book? But it was from Engels' research in England. Thank you very much. Yeah, but yeah, so Engels and Marx lay out really obviously, like, the nuclear family, the way we understand the family unit today, is a result of capitalist markets. It relies on the exploited labor of one partner. It absolutely relies on it. And the reason capitalists don't deal with the distribution of labor in the household is because they rely on the exploitation of labor in the household in order to support a 2-adult household. It's just such a mischaracterization. It just blows my mind. I don't know.
Among members of a family, your mother or father would scold you for demanding money to take out the garbage, and they would give you a lecture that says, hey, this is a family, we take care of each other, we care about it. Of course, we like to do things for each other.
No, that's not how it works, is it? We know there's an exchange of some kind. And if there's not, then it's just exploitation.
We have a family. So
it's literally just abuse. Otherwise.
Figure, huh? You need a mark. So you're telling me that between you and 3 people in your house, you can figure out like what chores and everything to do, and you can't do that for the entire rest of the fucking world? Come on, dude. Come on. Do you really have to give your friend 27 ticks in order to convince him to take the trash out? Oh, well, if you guys don't need a barter system inside your house for 4 people, then why would you need some sort of more complicated, bougie market system to coordinate billions of transactions a day? Can't you all just come to the same types of agreements that your mom and dad do? Like, it's crazy that we use different things in different areas, huh? Weird, huh?
The crisis, the one beam of the unjustified hierarchy. The
mischaracterization of Marxism.
Because you would have to look at every way that the market produces, let's say, a certain. I'll give you an example. The Mondragon Corporation.
Oh, God. He keeps going back to this. He went back to this the whole debate, and it makes no sense.
The 100,000 plus people that are part of that corporation. And that is if the best paid person cannot get more than about 8 or 9 times what the lowest paid person gets. That's a rule. Don't have to do it, but that's a rule. Every payment of a wage, which is a market transaction, the co-op as a whole buys the labor power of each of the members of that co-op. They have constricted that exchange so it cannot go outside of a certain range, because in their view, that renders an acceptable degree.
Again, Mondragon is a confederation of co-ops, and what he's talking about only applies within a particular co-op. Within the whole of Mondragon, there are going to be people that outperform dramatically people at the top between people at the bottom. That ratio does not apply to the entire federation.
I'm not sure if that's true. He said that twice without actually evidencing it, and I'm not sure that it's true.
Get the benefit of markets, and there are some decentralized.
But it's neither here nor there. Like, it actually doesn't matter. Oh, so there is definitely something going on with the roof, because they're still up there and they're doing something. Doesn't make a difference. It doesn't explain why there's mold on the inside of my walls. I mean, they can do what they want to the roof. It's I need the mold in my room sorted. Like, I don't care about the crack. Ugh.
Decision making and other things that are attractive. You can try to get those positives while constricting or removing the negatives, and you manage your institution that way. Footnote: that's how all human institutions are managed. There are pluses and minuses to having a government. There are pluses and minuses to having a marriage. There are pluses and minuses. You know, you pick your institution.
It's good to see the alien people in the chat getting on.
And what society is the attempt to get from these institutions what is deemed positive and to control or limit the institution around the things that are deemed negative.
This seems to be an obsession with a lot of people who claim that they're socialists, right? Is the control of markets. Like, this is again why I'm watching these things before I start getting into fucking debates, because I'm like, I thought it was like an established sort of tenet of socialism that government intervention in capitalist markets definitely isn't fucking socialism and doesn't help. Like, it doesn't do anything good. Like, literally, that's what happened in the 2008 global financial crash, and look at what happened. The rich got richer, the poorer got poorer. Like, what? Ugh.
Yeah, of course. But I would then say, in your example of like the family, there is still some like there's some justified hierarchies that we would pose that I think are necessary. Right?
This is so strange to me. This bit, two socialists both saying this.
Kids will have to be obedient to you in a certain respect. With
Wolf's about to lose it. He's getting upset.
Be necessary to a healthy family dynamic. So are you saying that you can extrapolate that, like that metaphor, further into society itself?
Healthy family dynamic. Healthy family, capitalist, new family dynamic. Mother, father, etc. Not multi-generational families, which is how most humans up until very recent history used to organize themselves, because it made more sense. There's less labor going into all of the looking after of the young. You can group them together and it's like a fucking nursery. That's like, this whole debate is still talking within capitalist terms. We're still talking within the nuclear family terms. We're still talking within market terms. Like, why? You're not actually, if you're still talking in the terms that your opposition want to talk in.
Yes, because I would tell you right away, and you know this too, that the obedience of the child is immediately matched up with constraints on the parents, lest they use the rule of obedient child to abuse the child, and then a whole set of rules and regulations.
So regulation, because government knows best. This is just arguing for authoritarian power. Like, this isn't arguing for socialism. I don't understand this.
Regulations have been struggled over
Where's the
for
angler,
eons
guys?
to limit, to
Oh,
constrict,
by the way, Destiny's playing a game whilst talking, so he's going to make some weird comments over the next few
and to
minutes.
control. Can you beat your child? There are societies right now that forbid corporal punishment. A parent, yeah, you get obedience, but you cannot strike the child. If you do,
You know, like, if you're actually like a communist, socialist, any kind of collectivist kind of, if you know, if the paradigm that you're coming from is a collectivist sort of viewpoint of the world, and that we need to move to more collectivist organizations of people, why would you still be talking in these terms of like having a nuclear family where, yeah, like you've got, oh, okay, so like we've it sounds like he's on board with man as the head of the family, government then above you, as long as you're all in line, then that's fine. Like, nice, Mr. No Lad. That was good. That was good. That was funny. Yeah, exactly, Ellie. Government knows best. Like, come on. The nuclear family doesn't work well. It doesn't. It's destroyed families. It's destroyed generations and generations. It's awful for women.
we'll arrest you, and we will take that child away from you, etc., etc., etc. So obedience has its limits. Obedience offset by constrictions and controls. Obedience has to run both ways. There have to be ways in which the children can make their needs known, to which their parents must be obedient, etc., etc.
Can I catch fish
yeah, I
without
think
a?
there's a perfect parallel. The market
Not a
is an
bait.
instant
I
like
might
that.
need a bait.
And I find it strange
Oh, fuck.
to
Can
kind
I
of
buy
in a
bait?
wholesale way either embrace the institution as if it had no contradictions within it, or to dismiss an institution as if it had no. I mean, I am a student of Marx, and he was a student of Hegel. Everything is pluses and minuses. Everything has its strengths and weaknesses. And in a way, much of life is the endless negotiation of how to milk the institutions we invent as human beings,
No,
pull from them
no,
positive.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to let him mischaracterize Hegel in that sense. What he's referring to there is the Hegelian dialectic between the thesis, antithesis, and then, very importantly, there's the synthesis of those two oppositions. So it's not an endlessness in negotiation within the same terms. You progress. That's the whole idea. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. So you don't keep having the same circular argument about the same institutions. No, that is not. So he's not a student of Marx, and he's not a student of Hegel based on this.
And to extinguish or at least minimize the negative. And since institutions are always changing, this is an endless process.
How does that?
That's a bad characterization of dialectics.
System eliminated some of the bigger problems say, like the military-industrial complex, for example, something that is purely profit-driven and that obviously has a lot of detrimental effects on society. Just the idea, I think, of having a multiple amount of worker cooperatives wouldn't address something like that, or perhaps the profit motive behind the pharmaceutical industry, for example. In both cases, how does one propose solutions to that?
Yeah, I think the issue here, if I could go slightly afield, I think the issue here is expecting from the class transformational change more than it can deliver. I mean, I understand that organization of the workplace with employer-employee, that quintessentially capitalist production organization, is an obstacle to a whole lot of social values that are important for me. And so I'm a critic or an opponent of capitalism because I want to achieve those objectives. And capitalism as an organization of production stands in the way. But it has never occurred to me to think that by making the changes of the organization of production, all of the problems that I'm concerned about are going to be solved. I think that is an extremely dangerous expectation of any proposed change. You can't.
Listen, there's being aware and being, realistic about the kinds of changes that you can get in society. And then there's mischaracterizing an argument and abstracting it to the point of making absolutely no difference or sense, which is what this Egypt is doing.
From a specific objective you've worked out is an important thing to do, and then say, well, but there'll be problems. Even if you do it, there'll be these problems that it will not be solved by what you just proposed. I agree. We're not going to solve all the problems that we have in a modern capitalist society by changing the organization of production.
What?
But it's a major step that I focus on mostly because
if you don't believe all stuff, how can you pretend you're a big proponent?
Other people haven't. In other words, when I interrogate Marx and I ask myself a very basic, simple question, why did Marx, in his mature work, focus so heavily on the relation between the employer and the employee in the workplace? I mean, why? I know he started
with particular workplaces, actually. Like he focused on the relationship between employer and employee, but he only had an issue with very particular types of employer-employee relations that were exploitative. And he identifies which are exploitative and which aren't. And it is not the whole capitalist market that he had the issue with. Not the whole market that he had the issue with.
Somewhere else. He was a student of philosophy. He studied ancient Greek philosophers. He wrote his doctoral. What the hell happened to him? Why did he? For me, as a young kid trying to learn this stuff,
he was living through a major social and economic change. That's what happened to him. The socio-historical context that he lived through is what happened to him.
I asked that question, and the answer I came up with, in a lifetime of reading and studying this stuff and teaching it, is that Marx focused on that not because it's more important than anything else. He focused on it because other people who had tried society better, that he identified with those kinds of people, had missed this point, had not understood when they made all kinds of other changes, that in order to get the results they were hoping for, you have to also change the organization of production. They hadn't understood that. They hadn't attended to it, and that.
No, it's because the means of production changed so rapidly during his lifetime that it was a new thing. Like, the world was changing around him. The world was changing around everyone at the time, and he wasn't the only person to talk about the problem with the sudden need for unskilled labor. It was the fact that there was suddenly unskilled labor needed, and people weren't able to freely choose whether they did that, or whether they were a peasant, or whether they, just did nothing. That there was a sudden shift in thinking where work for the sake of working became an integral part of everyone's life. And they had an issue with that, with fellow human beings having to do dehumanizing work for absolutely fuck all, just because this was the new way. Like, I genuinely can't believe he's saying this.
The contribution Marx felt he could make, not instead of what they had done. So, when people before Marx said, let's get rid of kings, monarchy is a crappy way to organize political life, Marxists absolutely cheers them on, right on. But when they tried to set up a democratic society as against monarchy, for example, they didn't succeed. They failed. And Marx asks himself, well, I love the objective, and I agree that the monarchy was standing in the way. What happened? Why didn't capitalism deliver on liberty, equality, fraternity, democracy, and all the other things they promised? And the answer is the organization of production was overlooked. Analyze that, and I'm going to show
that's not it.
How that
Fucking hell.
operates as an obstacle.
Such a reduction.
Problems that are still left in society that will have to be addressed. And I don't think it's fair, honestly, to say, gee, this change doesn't solve all the problems. You're right, it doesn't. But the expectation that it ever would is what's bizarre.
It sounds like you're an intersectionalist, that you want to apply like an intersectional analysis to it as well.
Absolutely.
Big liberal take.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me do it right now in case anyone's wondering where I'm coming from. Do we have a set of racial issues that are crucial in our society? You bet. Do we have a lot of gender issues? Do we have a lot of sexual orientation? Yeah,
where do they come from?
Absolutely. But I do notice, with a certain sardonic cast of mind,
they only care about
those
these
can be
capitalists.
discussed much more readily than the organization of level. The minute you get to that, some sense of taboos.
Again, like, what the fuck? Those are all part of the same issue. Why is there a racial disparity in economic status across the world? Because of how capitalist markets used colonialism and imperialism to spread across the world. Western corporations and Western owners established all of the capital and wealth in the fucking world. Then they started saying, oh, we're gonna give power back to different countries. Then they got in corrupt governments, and whole countries were set up as if because they had to become production economies. I mean, there is a lot, right? Also, the gender issue. I mean, really, I've already covered this. It's the nuclear family setup. It's inherent that women's labor in the domestic sphere will be exploited. Like, it's just part of it. this man is not, and he should not be able to call himself that.
Come into play. And that should be understood, because until recently, many comparable taboos applied to the
Yeah, I think so.
gender,
Aliens, by the way.
applied to the discussion of race. So those
Wait,
things,
oh, I need to listen
until
to what he said,
recently,
because maybe you just said something. Okay.
many comparable taboos applied to the discussion of gender or applied to the discussion of race. So those things turned out, and nor am I surprised, to be a little less taboo ridden than this class issue. And that makes me even more confident that I'm touching a relevant nerve when, a la Marx, we go in and say, wait a minute, that too has to be addressed.
No,
You say that
it's all part of the same issue. It's not a separate issue. This separation of intersectional issues, especially from a Marxist framework, is mental. They're all part of the same class issue.
dangerous to try.
The year is 20.
Yeah, global wealth disparity is definitely the result, well, mainly the result of colonialism. Because technological advancement in the industrial era took place in Western colonial countries. As soon as they could, they exported the production out to somewhere cheaper where they could get labor. The setup of the consumer and producer societies that's in the world is a direct result of colonialism, and also relies on there always being a subset of the world working for the others. You know, it's, yeah.
23. A black guy driving a nice red Ferrari tears off down the road. He's not speeding though. He sees sirens in his rearview mirror. He looks over to his white friend in the car and he goes, "Oh shit!" And they both, black guy knocks a few times.
I'm just skipping over this
For poor socialists,
shite
Socialist labor unions.
because
for
he's
poor socialists,
just
lust and
chatting.
violence, one of the most taboo subjects in America, being one of the most dangerous conditions to be afflicted with.
It be through socialist labor unions or socialist political parties or socialist intellectuals, whatever.
In terms of the government, yeah. Like, I'm sorry, but yeah, it actually is. Like, the government does not like socialists. The governments, like Western governments, definitely do not like socialists who are well read on Marxism, who actually know what the fuck they're talking about, who are university educated, etc., etc. They really don't like them, and they try and manage them out of existence whilst they're at university. That is a thing. Like, if you're good at talking, if you actually understand socialism, and if you actually have maybe the power to, you know, spread that message, you're done. Like, Western governments don't want that. So it's a mischaracter. It's just disingenuous.
Aside for a moment the paradigm. But the Soviet Union is the first, let's institute what it is we were trying to
Oh
get
yeah. Oh yeah. This was something he kept doing as well, talking about the Soviet Union as if it was like a good example of communism. Like, bruh. Not sure if you noticed, but a few things went wrong.
when we criticized capitalism. It takes socialism in a very new direction from being a sustained criticism of capitalism, which after all, that's what Marx was. He didn't write about socialism. He wrote about capitalism. He devoted himself to understanding
Wrote about both.
The goal was to get beyond. But he never believed in writing about the future. He he called those people utopian social. That wasn't meant as a flattery. So he is about capitalism. And for me, it's crystal clear in my head that everything changes when socialists take power. And the Soviet Union.
That's got our socialists.
That's the downfall of Marx. He says he's not a Marxist, and yet the only part of Marxism that he taught is the worst part of Marxism, where he believes that intellectuals should take control and support the working class in taking over.
On a national basis, for what the hell socialists in power might mean. China is the second major experiment. Cuba, Vietnam, North Korea are little experiments. And here I'm a historian. As there were experiments emerging from feudalism, and I know this bothered Destiny too, but what else have we got? There were many efforts to set up.
This guy's like an Oblivion NPC. Oh my god.
In Italian cities, in the Low Countries, what we now call Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg. They failed. Some of them lasted a few months, some of them lasted a few years. They were what we could call now experiments in Canada. And what they taught people were things that worked pretty well that we want to keep, and things that went very badly wrong that we don't want to reproduce. And slowly over time, you kind of assembled enough of the conditions that you could have capitalism sustaining. I think we're at the same position relative to socialism. There were things the Soviets figured out that we want to build on. And there were things the Soviets did, summarily called Stalinism, that we want to make sure to avoid. Ditto for the Chinese, ditto for the Cubans. All the transitions go. And we shouldn't be all upset that the first experiments, Russia, China, have things we don't want. That's what we should have expected, not that we should be shocked or upset by this.
I mean, this is all true.
Learn. Marxists have to make criticism of things done in the name of Marxism. Otherwise, it's not a serious intellectual or revolutionary.
He hasn't criticized the Soviet Union, though. Like,
I find it
in the debate, he kept talking about like how good the Soviet Union was.
Bizarre that anybody would want to go back and, redo or do again Stalinism. I do like the idea that let's be honest and ruthless. What was it that Stalin did that we think was awful, counterproductive, evil, and to be dropped and rendered demonic? Fine with me.
Why is he conflating what Stalin did with socialism? This is what I really don't understand. Like, an authoritarian regime is not representative of the economic system implemented there. So why are we even... I just don't understand why you would entertain that as like a...
And what were the things he did that we need to build on? That, for me, that's a logical way to go after it. Oh, that's very difficult in the United States, but that's because we've had 75 years of Cold War ideology that made it necessary for us to be told, like I was in all.
Or maybe it's because Stalinism is a really bad example of communism. Maybe that's why.
The United States, that we're good and they're bad. And I assume in the Soviet Union, they did the reverse. I don't know, but I assume it. And we have to dig out from under that. Otherwise, we will not get the useful lessons from those early experiments that we need to make progress. By the way, the Soviet Union and China, just for the record, never abandoned private property in the means of production and never abandoned markets. Partly because they didn't want to, And partly
I
because
thought the thing it tried to do.
That's precisely why they're not examples of communism. What? That's exactly why they're bad examples. They're a hybrid of capitalist markets and social communism, or just authoritarian. Not a good poll. Why are we doing this?
So
Soviet
for example,
at one point at least, did they not?
relationship between socialism as a movement on the one hand and private markets, private enterprise, you've got a real analytical task in front of you that is not accomplished by some breezy equation of socialism or communism as the absence, and the capitalism as the presence. It'd be nice if things were neat and simple like that, but they never are.
That's not. It's not even what anyone said. No one said that it was that. But to point to fucking China as a good example of communism and say, oh, and they're a really good example of communism because they didn't get rid of capitalist markets. Like, what? What are you even saying? It just doesn't make sense.
I mean, I think you just revealed you're not terminally online.
Starlink can come for me. Yeah. I'm fine with that.
So I don't know if that was a call out. Well, but the thing is, like, I don't think of China as being like what they like to call themselves as, which is socialism with Chinese characteristics, right? I think of it more as a state-controlled corporation.
Yep.
That has mixed market economy.
Yep.
And also does global exchange within the capitalist system itself.
Yes.
So I don't remember them as being like the great socialist experiment. But is that
exactly? And that's exactly why this cunt is not an actual socialist, because he keeps talking about social politics as well, like the whole intersectionality thing with a truly communist framework
is wrong in its interpretation.
He just wants social control. Like, social control is not socialism at all, but that's what this man is advocating for.
No, I think we probably agree here, but I would say it a little differently. I get real nervous when we have a conversation, it is or it isn't socialist. And the reason I get nervous is
because he doesn't know. The reason he gets nervous is because he's about to get challenged on ideas and doesn't know how to express his thoughts and doesn't understand what he's talking about.
There's no office, there's no authority that gives out cards indicating, well, you're a socialist now, you've passed the test, you've fulfilled the requirements. Socialism is a contested notion. We don't agree. Socialists never have, is exactly what it is. There's always been contesting.
Oh my God. Sorry about that, guys.
Is. And in the world today, there are basically, I would argue, three big ones. Number one, the notion that socialism is Scandinavia, Western Europe, societies in which there is...
Okay, so he did this during the debate as well. He decided to come up with three different versions of socialism that don't describe socialism at all. He refers to hybrid systems, which are based in capitalist markets and capitalist economic structures, and or just authoritarian regimes. All of the examples he gives are not correct.
That softens the otherwise edges or harsh edges of capitalism. In other words, it leaves enterprise in the hands of private enterprises.
It's not socialism.
Workers in the usual way.
It's not socialism.
People are constricted and constrained by a government that mandates minimum wages or maximum wages or both, that controls interest rates.
Social democrat, maybe. Socialist or communist, no way.
Controls the money supply, a whole raft of things that we can call. That's a kind of quote-unquote socialism. Why? They call themselves socialists. They
Well, why not the Nazis, Wolf?
where they come out of the Europe.
He literally said this in the debate as well. He was like, well, Scandinavian countries call themselves socialist, so they are socialist. Who am I to say what is or isn't socialist? And Destiny was like, don't want to point to the obvious example, but you wouldn't agree that the Nazis were socialists, would you, just because they called themselves socialists? And he was like, oh, that's such a blah, blah, blah. Like, no, it's a legit question, because apparently if you self-identify as socialist, but I would say this, because this man is a fake socialist claiming to be a socialist and completely changing the discussions around socialism because of it. Prick.
Dick, you forget about the Nazis.
Tradition that formed itself in the 19th century. Okay, I'm not going to give them a certificate, yes, no. Here's the second kind. The second kind criticizes the first kind. You don't go far enough, the second kind says. When you control the private enterprises, you're deluding yourself.
Don't know if you have cracks, but that was
They
my
can evade them, they can
collarbone.
eviscerate them, they can undo them. You're not getting it. You have to take a further step. What's that? You have to have the government come in and not just control, regulate, attack. The government has to seize, take over, own, and run the enterprise. Sort of the difference, crudely put, between the Soviet Union, Western European, Scandinavian type socialism. Okay, that's another way of understanding what socialism is. And I know each other, these two, and I know each one demonizes the other often and it claims the other one isn't genuine social. I get it. Then there's a third one.
But
And the third one,
this is another issue with a lot of socialists, so-called socialists, or lefties, or whatever, where they just repeat definitions from elsewhere. They don't consolidate definitions, and that's maybe not the right word, but they don't condense the information and give it in their own way. They just go, oh, well, here's a definition from someone, here's a definition from someone, here's a definition from someone. And it's one of the biggest things that annoys me about academic discussion at the moment, is people just, we're constantly in a thing of semantics and definitions, and as if that matters. It doesn't. It's getting caught up in bullshit.
says, we're not interested in either of you. We don't like either of you. Why? Because the first one and the second one have something in common that strikes us as intolerable. You don't question either of the first two. The employer-employee relationship. The first one leaves it in place, private capitalism, with some regulation. The second one thinks it's making a momentous move by replacing the private employer.
One sec. I'm gonna share this. So let me do this. I'm gonna Now, how does that come up? I can't tell. Let's have a look. Can't tell. But if I'm sharing screen, it's not sharing. Okay, well, that's great. I don't even know if you can. I'm assuming you can't hear it. Oh, well, never mind.
Ownership with state and private. Whatever you do, you have to, for them, back to secondary question. It isn't important. Definitions of socialism. They have lots in common. They have lots of differences, and they're fighting it out. And my guess is, if you want my prediction, which is all it's worth, not much as a prediction, then the 19th and the 20th century were the struggle between these first two. And the 21st century will be the ascendance of this third one and the decline and disappearance of the first two. And that shouldn't shock or surprise anyone.
I mean, he's trying to present this idea of Hegelian synthesis, but he's
because if
wrong.
there's anything the Marxist socialist tradition believes in, it's the continuity of change. Nothing stays the same.
He's appealing to this idea of a Hegelian dialectic framework of social progression. But none of those, like the first socialism he identifies isn't a thesis, where the second socialism is an antithesis, and then the third is a synthesis. No, just no.
Old idea, you can't step in the same river twice, because neither the river nor you are the same the second time as they were the first time.
It's happening, guys.
Socialism
Soon.
is changing. It would be bizarre if it wasn't. And we're watching, we're participating, we're caught up in these changes, which, by the way, we should welcome. Things have been learned that make those first two decline. But you know, when you're part of a tradition that's declining, it's very hard. I don't mean this to be cute. You know, when a tradition of any kind is on the upswing, growing, it's kind of a good ride. It's a heady ride. You feel your oats. You feel your growth. You feel your power. It's a very different experience.
Power.
When that particular tradition.
Power. You've got a socialist talking about how particular groups in society establish a sense of power. Just all of these ideas are
Peaks,
guys,
and it's
peak.
going down.
Capitalism is leaving soon, guys.
The audience.
Capitalism has peaked. That's not a mischaracterization. That's true. We are in the late stages of capitalism. 100%. What comes next? Who knows? But we are in the late stages of this era. You know, And I say that mainly because of the global economic relations that are emerging, where, you know, producer societies won't soon rely economically on consumer societies at all. And that's when there's going to be a serious shift in economic principles across the world. But I'd say we're 10 years off.
This conversation here in America should be acutely aware of what I'm saying, because that's
almost
the case
gone.
of American capitalism.
It is almost gone. And this is the thing, like, Destiny is joking about this, but Destiny likes to only talk about capitalism with regard to his particular nation state. So capitalism works within his borders, sure. But the exploitative relations outside of his borders, he doesn't really pay attention to. The global economic relations that are involved in capitalist economies, he doesn't really address. And those are the relations that are going to actually change everything in the future. Because producer societies are already starting to say fuck you to the consumer societies. One of the biggest being China. And China's already shown that. They gave a little taster by boycotting a few central Western brands. And they affected the stock market price of those brands because they're that much they have that much of a market share. So, you know, these are things that are going to come to the fore soon enough. And capitalists should be aware of all of that. And this, I spoke about it already, but like, if you look at capitalist economists and the shift in their narratives recently, it tells you there's something going on in capitalist markets that capitalists are trying to account for but can't, because their model doesn't work. Their model isn't actually an explanatory model. It doesn't actually show what happens really in markets. It relies on a lot of fallacies that a lot of economists all sort of go along with, and that is all going to come to the fore soon enough, but not in the way that Wolf is presenting.
Fantastic ride from independence to around 1970. That's over, and it ain't coming back. The dynamic core of capitalism is gone. It has abandoned the United States, just as 50 years earlier it abandoned the Midwest for the West and the Southwest, and 50 years before that it abandoned New England to go to the Midwest. Capitalism is a dynamic system. Nobody insisted on that more than Marx, and it is moved, and the United States is in a situation of decline. The only real
like, this is a overcomplication of a very simple issue. The progression of capitalist markets can only go so far. If you're basing an economic if your explanation for an economic structure relies on fallacies that you tell yourselves, that will eventually fall apart. The whole idea of consumer demand, you know, pricing set by demand, market share set by demand, none of that is real. None of that is true. Everyone knows that. The exploitation in supply chains, known, very, very well known. But none of those things are accounted for in capitalist, you know, classical sort of classic. That's not the right word, but in normal, everyday economics, right? Or just most economic models don't include those. And by omitting those relations which are in reality, your models are going to start to fail, obviously. Obviously. If you're not accounting for various different things that are happening, your model isn't a good model, is it? So, but one of the fallacies he already, was happy with, this fallacy of scarcity of resources.
Is Britain, who declined starting about a century ago and is still denying it as best it can, although the denial has now reached the ridiculous proportion. Brexit is the last chapter of a sad book, and we ought to learn about it, but it's very hard, and I appreciate the difficulty of it. So we have one deluded leader after another who's quite sure that his policies are going to turn around this process, and that's somewhere between tragic and sad and pathetic.
In your prediction, where you think that it would be?
Well, I don't get all of this chat. Like, sad, pathetic, loser. Like, he sounds like Trump.
Or is this what you're defining as socialism, basically like more worker cooperatives, stuff like that? What is going to be put in place to achieve something like that? Because I feel that outside of people who actually are interested of, this is not a widely known concept. Like, on the internet we call them normies. Like the everyday American isn't thinking about worker cooperatives. He's thinking about putting food on the table, and he's not thinking the solution to his life is the form of worker co-op with his friends or something like that. And typically, what happens when there is mass alienation is it seems that people look to scapegoat. They look towards strong men who are going to tell them, "Hey, it's not a system itself oppressing you. It's it's Muslims or it's immigrants or stuff like that." So how do we not go down that trajectory and go down this path that you're saying would be a way to ameliorate people's lives?
There are two parts to my answer to that. It's a great question. Two parts of it. One, again, the history. That's who I am. I don't know any other way to reason.
Make sure to remind everyone that Dustin gets mad when he.
It's absolutely fine to give a socio-historical context to your argument. It's absolutely legitimate. So, Destiny keeps laughing, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
In 1789 in Paris and the rest of France, there's a revolution going on. The mass of people.
Okay, I think he's essentially going to give an account of Marx's 18th Brumaire, which doesn't deal with the economic relations of society at all. But let's see where this goes.
Are exactly as you just described Americans today. They want to know, where's the bread going to be on the table? How am I going to feed my family? How am I going to keep a roof over my head? They could give a crap about feudalism versus capitalism. The words had no meaning, and the urgency was gone. And yet, in their anger and their rage, when they yank the aristocrats sitting at the top of feudalism in a cart to a big piazza and guillotine them and separate their head from the rest of their.
If you're going to say piazza, guillotine. Like, come on.
They were articulating.
This man, the condescending bastard that he is, still not. I'm going to do the same.
And for a change, they could not define. And yet, people said, okay, let's go in this direction. The people who guillotined, they didn't know they wanted to substitute employer-employee relationship for lord-serf relationship. That's a retrospective assessment of what came out of the chaos of that time.
But that was a failed revolution. It was a failed revolution. So I'm gonna let him keep talking. But so far, he needs to shut the fuck up.
Let's be honest. There were those who understood this in the terms we now use, who gave some direction to the mobs, to the angry people, to the desperados and all the rest that a revolution creates. And that's why we had the outcome of a transition to capitalism rather than, and by the way, there were scapegoat efforts of all kinds in the French Revolution that took other directions that people fought over. Okay, I think the same thing applies now. What is moving the American people, and you could see it in the last 4 or 5 years when suddenly the polls in this country indicate that socialism looks good to a number of our people. Poll after poll, Gallup and the others are showing that. Bernie Sanders does as well as he does. AOC does as well as she does, and so on.
Bernie Sanders, he's been prevented from running for president 2-3 times by the Democrats. He's not a good example. He's a social democrat as well. Like
It's clear to me, having been a teacher all my life in the United States, that people are not voting for socialism. They're voting against capitalism or whatever it is they take to be. And their theoretical understanding, given the last 75 years of Cold War craziness in this country, is, and I'll be polite now, minimal. Okay, but the question is, as the system declines, as I think it is, and as the people at the top offload the costs of decline onto the middle class and the poor, more and more. That's why we just survived a pandemic in which more than half the labor force of America was unemployed. And you talk about the experiences with it. You know, the Mondragon Corporation, which I often refer to simply because it's the biggest of these co-ops. You know, they have their own university, the Mondragon University. It's been going for many, many years. It has an elaborate curriculum. How do you start a co-op? How do you finance a co-op? How do you deal with the internal problems when you have a democratically run enterprise? Those are all kinds of complicated questions. How do you have authority? Who's the supervisor? How do you handle? It's not starting from zero here.
Social control. All of that is social control and has nothing to do with addressing the economic relations underlying these things. Like
in
what?
Many other parts of the world, they can and want to help us if we're only willing to begin the process of moving. And you know, Americans like things practical. That's a bit of a shtick in this society. Well, here's your abstract socialism, anarchism, and a whole lot of other things, concretely realizable in a way that is pretty close to what many of those traditions have moved toward. So let's try. Maybe we'll get the American people on the practical end of this, and they will work their way back to the theoretical rather than expecting them to start with the theoretical and find their way to the practical. It's our job to offer them all the different ways.
No. It's socialists' job to condense the theoretical into an explanation that is completely practical and relatable to the general public. That is a socialist's job, or a communist, or whatever. That's your job. If you're advocating for a completely new social system, you need to know the theory to a good enough extent that you can argue and be clear. Penguin poster, pay me. I'm joking. But yeah, oh, that's thrown me. Yeah, like if you're an academic who is advocating for a different social system, you need to know the theory well enough that you can condense it and apply it to the everyday lives of people so that they understand it and advocate for it as well.
I've almost had you here for 2 hours, so I'm assuming I'm running close to my time. I was going to ask, is it okay if I ask an audience question or two, or
Please.
yeah? And while I wait for the audience to catch up with that request, because they're only about a minute behind, the one final question I want to ask you about that, when it comes to implementing things like work cooperatives on large scale, what are some tangible things that you can do here in North America to try and advocate for them that you think would be the most effective and actually use policy?
Well, there are two things. One, there already is a pretty well-developed organization of worker co-ops here in the United States. It's called the United States Federation of Worker Co-ops, and it has its own website.
The organizers of the event decided it would be better if we end, and we were happy to
experience. Others of them give people very different. I mean, all the different versions or variations, you can get a sense of the richness of the already achieved experience that can inform your own thinking and your own plan. So that's one way to go.
Can we do some
It's a
skincare?
little harder to tell you where to go.
Un minuto, por favor.
But it's only hard because I don't want to appear immodest. But
What?
the organization that I'm part of,
Oh my.
Work.
What? There's so many other things going on in the US that I know about as someone who has never, I mean, I'm involved in like a private renters union here in the UK. It started in US and is so based in cooperative living and socialist principles. This is sickening that he's only advocating his own organizations. That's when you know he's not a socialist. Because if he was, he'd be up to date on all of the different ways you can advocate for a socialist way of living in the US beyond his own shitty organizations.
Notice the title, the Democracy at Work. That's what we do. We advocate for all of this in every way that we know how. And
no, they advocate for corporate cooperatives. So cooperatives that work within a capitalist system only. Let me tell you, we have that already here in the UK. One of our biggest like UK owned companies, John Lewis Waitrose, the Waitrose PLC group, that is a cooperative, but it's working with it. It's a public company, so it obviously has shareholders, it has board of directors, it pays out dividends, but all of the workers have like shares that, you know, they get a say. Each worker gets a vote. Blah blah blah. The wages are very high. You know, there's all of these things, but that is not a cooperative, like in the socialist sense, because it's a hybrid cooperative working within a capitalist system, and that's the only thing that this man advocates for, which isn't socialism at all.
we have a website, democracyatwork.info.
And he kept doing this in the debate as well, and I keep talking about it. He kept conflating democracy with socialism. Like, oh, whoa. Thank you very much, whoever just sent that. Thank you. That's very good of you. So, yeah, he's just talking about like a hybrid socialist system. Oh, you. Hey, good job. Thank you. Well, there we go. Yeah, that's not cheers. Yeah, you can chill out now. You've done what?
The Shakers, famous for their beautiful furniture that they still exist, by the way, in Pittsfield, Massachusetts.
No, I didn't mean it.
The Shakers were a worker co-op. They organized the production of the furniture and other things they made as worker cooperatives. So they're very old. They exist around the world, including in the United States. But in the aftermath of World War II, into the Cold War period,
Oh, do you know what you could try and do though at some point in the future, Penguin Poster? Is get me more viewers somehow.
Which was not a cool thing.
Considering you're keeping to your
So they became
your word. There we go.
to rebrand themselves, to do away with any hint or suggestion that they were capitalism. Oh, no. We are just a warm and cuddly alternative entrepreneurial arrangement. Okay, I understand. I sympathize with it. If they had not done that, they might have been purged with the purge of communist socialists that was the McCarthy period and all of that. So they survived.
This is true. Hey, Sanity Assassins. On it. I mean, thanks, Penguin. Yeah.
Is reestablish that this is
as long as you do your best, that's all you can ask.
Unusual, warm and cuddly way of organizing the business. This
Sanity Assassin trying to
vanguard of
bankrupt people.
Capitalist social transformation. And I can tell you, because you'll enjoy it, when I give speeches to people who are in worker co-ops.
Oh, I'm bored of listening to this.
Marxist theorists of the last century was the Italian Antonio Gramsci. And for those who are not familiar, he was the head of the Italian Communist Party.
And I bet you that he's going to talk about the hegemony of capitalist relations, blah, 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 blah. Because if you talk about Gramsci, you can't not talk about hegemony.
It was the most powerful communist party in all of Europe in terms of its membership and in terms of its social influence on Italian history. He was arrested by Mussolini, put in jail, and effectively killed in jail.
So,
but
get to the point.
While he was in jail, he started a program of reading and keeping notes about what he was reading. And those have been published in many languages, including English, as the prison notebooks of Antonio Gramsci. But they are...
I mean, fair enough. That's actually not a bad shout in terms of stuff to read.
For example, the role of the family in Italian politics and history, the role of the Vatican, the role of regional differences.
Yes.
Because you know the north of Italy relative to the south have at least as many tensions as, say, the north and south of the United States. So on a whole range of issues, this communist leader, Marxist thinker, had the enforced leisure of jail to read and to share with the rest of us what sense he was making as somebody who wanted
it's a jumper hoodie. I'll show you in a sec.
Capitalism. He died. They let him out of jail last month, but he basically died in Mussolini's jail. So it's a multiple volume work. Notebooks published by Columbia University.
Super comfy.
A remarkable
and a hoodie.
Really brilliant Marxist.
And a hood that comes down like this as well. So you can look all scary in an alley at night time. You know, can't see in the eyes. Very disconcerting.
It was for many
It's good.
years the food and restaurant.
Does have synthetic fibers though, so it's not great for the environment. And it was probably made by a kid in Indonesia. Let's check. It's from H&M, I think. Myanmar. Oh, not far. Not far off. Myanmar. Great. Oh wow, I definitely paid for slave labor. Thank you, Sanity Assassin.
He's retired from that job, and he's written a called Animal Vegetable
Penguin Post. Oh dear. It's the small hands, isn't it? You know?
Is doing there is explaining how the profit-driven.
They're not old enough to get arthritis yet. These are all awful jokes. I'm well aware of it.
And distributing and packaging food has been the disaster he argues it has been. This is a man who spent his entire life studying the food business, broadly understood, and this is what he gleans from it. It is a powerful criticism of capitalism in general, capitalism in the United States, in the whole question of
oh my
how
days.
It shapes food and thereby us.
How do you even manage
we
that?
Are all, whatever else we are,
2,500 people.
Animals.
Can I not catch that sky thing here?
Well,
it said surface.
I find going back to philosophy a wonderful
What you modding for?
Rethinking things in a productive way. So I hope folks won't laugh, but there are two philosophers I'm reading.
Why would people laugh?
One is Marx's teacher Hegel. His critique of law.
I knew already that he had a Hegelian framework for his understanding of the world. He's been appealing to the idea of dialectics this whole time. And he's just he's applying it in a really bizarre way.
Extraordinary piece of work about how we think about the world makes you much more conscious. It's a little bit like going to therapy, where you learn about your own psychological mechanisms and wonder why you hadn't learned it earlier.
Wow.
And the other one is a student of Marx and Hegel, who I've returned to several times in my life, the French philosopher Louis Althusser. Althusser.
I've not really read his stuff much.
Because he was French, he could do something that no one.
Don't know where I just typed that.
He was the leading philosopher in France.
Ideological state apparatus. I think I do know this guy.
He was all of his adult life.
Yeah.
French Communist Party, but also a professor.
I mean, Althusser's decent because what he essentially does is combines the sort of Weberian understanding of rationalization and bureaucratization with like a Marxist critique of economic structures. That's essentially what Althusser does, which I can completely understand how someone like this would be on board with his stuff. But if he genuinely is about the ideological state apparatus sort of understanding of the world, he would be trying to present like an opposition to that, and he's not. So
most prestigious university in France, something called Normal Supérieur in Paris,
where I'm coming from. So the context of the conversation is destiny. So yeah, it's quite I should have done it in a better way. Destiny and Richard Wolff. So Destiny's a Twitch streamer. He's pro-capitalism, but like a liberal, right? And he doesn't understand why anyone who identifies as a socialist or communist doesn't support liberal capitalist ideas. Richard Wolff is an academic who identifies as a socialist, but he's actually just a proponent for worker co-ops within a capitalist framework. Destiny and Wolff had a Twitch debate a couple of weeks ago where Wolff was representing socialism and couldn't define socialism, couldn't define communism, misrepresented them, and then advocated for worker co-ops within a capitalist framework. People who are socialist and who watched that debate were really disappointed in the socialist argument presented. And so what I'm watching now is Destiny watching a Destiny reacting to a socialist discussing with Richard the debate that they had. So there's a lot of layers to this particular video. Complicated too much probably, but so Richard Wolff is reflecting on the argument that he made. Okay, good. But yeah, Wolff's reflecting on the argument he made in the debate to clarify some things, because a lot of socialists were very disappointed in what he did.
Official of the universe. It's like the president of the university.
And I'm just critiquing it because I keep watching these things. Yeah, no, he's very good. He's a debate person. He knows how to debate, right? Which is a different thing to just trying to advocate for a particular viewpoint. It is just a different ball game, I think. But even so, there are some easy things that you can do to like present your opinion in somewhat of a decent way, because Destiny does have a very good understanding of capitalist markets. He's got a very in-depth understanding and he can really argue in capitalist terms. But as soon as you talk about things in socialist terms, in a socialist framework, Destiny doesn't have that much of an understanding to be able to argue against you. From what I can see. I mean, I'm not sure, but that he's mainly been talking to socialists who aren't fucking socialists. So, you know, there's a recent one that I've watched that actually was, I think I'm halfway through it, that's kind of, I think it's with a guy called Sensible Socialist or something. But yeah, the reason I'm reacting to this so much is because I keep seeing socialists talking on Twitch, who aren't advocating for socialism at all. And I keep being really surprised by the way that socialists present socialism and communism. Because there's things that I thought were like really easily understood, sort of there's a general consensus on this and this amongst lefties, socialists, communists, whatever. And I'm starting to see more and more that really isn't the case at all. And I have no idea where I sit in terms of socialism or communism or whatever. I guess I'm quite an extreme communist at this stage. I thought I was quite a sensible, like, theorist. Because again, I mean, side note, but Destiny was talking to this other guy who was like trying to talk about the labor theory of value. And again, from that discussion, I was like, I don't know who these people are, because I identify as a socialist, and that is not my understanding of socialism at all. Like this guy, he completely mischaracterizes Marx's work, which really pisses me off as well. That's something that a lot of so-called Marxists do all the fucking time, though. So, you know.
In other European countries, could a member who was proudly and publicly a Communist Party person also hold the most prestigious chair in philosophy that the country had? He wrote brilliantly.
So he's talking about Gramsci here, yeah.
Brilliantly critical of the Soviet Union, philosophically as well as politically. Wonderful example of what creative Marxism could do within the framework of the Communist Party, but at the same time,
I thought he was going to say within the capitalist framework, which I was like, what? Because that is what he advocates for. I mean, I'll have to look over Gramsci's work more closely. The main stuff that I know Gramsci for is hegemony, but or is he talking about Althusser or Gramsci at this? Oh, I can't remember. Gramsci, no?
Both of the French Communist Party and of the Soviet Union, and reading this kind of work by a professional philosopher, which he was all his life.
All his life. All his life. The minute he popped out, he was like, I think, therefore I am. And everyone was like, oh, wow. This guy exaggerates everything he says. That's another real issue that I have with this man. He's an academic, and he speaks in hyperbolic terms all the time. And he even does it when he's going in to present an argument. He goes, now I'm going to talk in pretty exaggerative terms now. If you have to exaggerate your point to make it, it's not a good point, is my sort of understanding.
Very exciting for me.
I won't lie, I have a lot of trouble reading Hegel. Like it's one of those things that people are.
Oh yeah, so he was talking about Hegel. Hegel is brilliant, and I've already said throughout this stream that it's very clear that he's appealing to the idea of Hegelian dialectic understanding of thesis, antithesis, synthesis. But then what he says is a clear example of that, is not an example of that. So he talks about Hegelian dialectics, which is a very important aspect of Marxist theory, absolutely. And I really like Hegelian philosophy. But it's not where the crux of Marxism, socialism, or communism lies. And also his presentation of this type of socialism and this type of socialism synthesizing to become this type of socialism is not accurate either. So yeah, him talking about Hegel's kind of pissing me off. Exactly. I get that. Whereas I've gone quite heavy into, not heavy enough. There's a lot more that I could do. You know, there's a lot more research that I can and will, I'm sure, do. But communism, I've come to understand quite well. And I'm starting more and more to understand capitalist markets. Now, I haven't really gone over much social theory which advocates for capitalism. That I haven't really gone into much at all. I'm not even sure where I'd find that. But what I have done is just looked at economics, and I suppose I've looked at quite a yeah, I suppose I've just tried to understand capitalist markets and then gone, wait, what? And then found Marxist, I suppose, critiques of those things as well. But yeah.
You have to do it to understand where Marx came from, but at the same time, I always think, oh, this is dry. This is old and dry.
It's not dry.
You're right. It's a different idiom. It's a different language and all the rest. But it repays the effort. You stay with it, then after a while, you begin to get kind of the rhythm of it, and then you'll see it becomes
One of the sunken.
Here's something for you. If you go and get the Phenomenology of Mind, one of his best-known books, there's a preface or an introduction, an early part, and in that is an 8 or 9 page section called "The Dialectic of the Master and the Slave."
Oh, for fuck's sake, this is just such basic Hegel. It's
12 pages, an analysis of slavery that you will never forget. That will give you insights into the racial problems of the
feels dirty for you.
Right
Good,
now.
good. I'm glad.
Other way. And it's just 8 or 10 pages, and yeah, don't let the language throw you. It's a little arcane. It's a little dry.
This is an argument that this man keeps, or it's not an argument it keeps making, but he keeps acting as if he's intellectually superior to all of the people that he's talking to. And that's something that really annoys me about academics in general, but lefty academics are even worse.
Look at those 8 or 9 pages and
cringy.
One of the questions asked is
just read 8 or 9 pages of Hegel, and then you'll completely understand the world. That's it. Done. You don't need more.
What happens in worker cooperatives when people,
especially as a socialist, you don't need to read then all of the essays written between Marx and Hegel. You don't need to understand how they worked out their theories in opposition to one another. You don't have to know any of that. You don't need to do any extra reading. Just read basic first little bit of one of Hegel's books, and you'll be fine.
Own interest.
Hegel's best work, by the way, is The Philosophy of Right. If it's where our whole basis of individualist human rights sort of comes from. It really underpins the majority of Western social makeup. So if you wanted to understand Hegel, that would be the important part of Hegel to read. But
and perhaps the interests of the environment, for example, like coal miners.
I mean, the dialectic stuff from Hegel is also important to understand, like, because he advocated for imperialist expansion. He was for imperialism. So was Marx. So, you know, there's issues in all of these things. This man, he's talking about how he recently went back to reading Hegel and Althusser, and I'm like, you're well into your fucking career. Like, you should have a really deep understanding of those by now. I've been in the academic sphere for 4 years, and I've got a deeper understanding of Hegel's work, in my opinion, in my not so humble at all opinion. This man's annoying me now anyway, but there we go.
Well, you know, that would never happen. Start thinking about worker co-ops, you will discover right away the kind of problems which, again, historically, capitalists discovered. Capitalists, when they set up an enterprise and hired workers and made a product and sold it, thought they were done if they did that profitably.
Oh, okay, never mind.
But then they were bluntly shown, there's there's a community. You know, these workers, they live over there in that village or in that town. And the smokestack that you have in your factory, it's dumping smoke onto them, and their children are all getting asthma. You can't produce the way you want, to profit the way you want, because you have to enter into some co-respectivity with the communities you impact.
But they don't.
So then laws got passed, and you had to get a license.
He's saying this as if all of the bad parts of capitalism have just been dealt with. Like, social harm of corporations is one of the most unregulated issues in capitalist markets. Like, that is one of the biggest things to point to in terms of the failure of capitalist economic organization. Bruh. And economists at the moment are addressing, I've spoken about this a few times, but I'm going to keep going on and hammering on the same point. Economists are aware of the failures of the capitalist system, but at the moment what they're doing is saying that it's because of shareholder primacy in corporate governance that has caused all of these issues and has allowed corporations to just think about, just put profit first, short-term profit, short-term gain, no consideration for long-term effects and social harm. They are all putting that down to shareholder primacy in corporate governance, but that isn't actually the issue. That's it's an issue, but actually by having shareholders, the idea was that you had representation from your local community within shareholding governance. That was the positives of shareholder governance, of board to governance, sorry, and appealing to the shareholder. Shareholders were meant to be represented on the board and were meant to represent a vast majority of the community. Now what they've started to come up with is an alternative, which is move to corporate governance where the staff are in charge of everything. Now that is actually going to cause way more social harm. We're not going to see the effects of it for another 10, 15 years, but it will cause more social harm because the staff have no responsibility to anyone other than the goals of the corporation that they work for. The staff are able to write the goals of the corporation they work for. And so they can just do whatever the fuck they want in the name of the corporation, because the corporation is an individual. It is a legal entity. It has rights, but actually has less limitations than all other individuals in society. These are some of the issues in capitalist economic structures that really should be being addressed by a so-called socialist like this man. Anyway, he ran over.
To have a smokestack. Why? Because of you begin to have to develop institutions to take account of an irreducible fact.
A bureaucratic authoritarian regime is not what we should be advocating for.
That the community makes decisions that impact the business and vice versa. And
that's not what happens in reality, though. This is one of the fallacies that capitalists or capitalist economists, etc., tell themselves. It's not true. This doesn't actually happen. There isn't a back and forth between the local community and a corporation. That's just not something that happens.
Has to be some negotiation for how this works. Otherwise,
in fact, there's I went to this talk in my local city, and there was this architect, who actually did corporate governance in a socialist way, where he got the local community to be a part of the planning of this housing and all of the different shops that were built around it. That was a truly social way of of building, and of building private property as well. Like there was some social housing, but it was mainly for it to be bought privately, and that's the way to do it properly. And that's not what this man is advocating for. Sorry, I don't have the example. It's going to be harder. I'll bring it up another time. I'll do a whole little deep dive on it, because the man was brilliant. I'm telling you, that's the kind of planning that you need, and that's not what a capitalist economy supports at all. At all. The legal entity thing of corporate legal individual who has less restrictions on their rights than all other individuals, but the same rights as other individuals. Mental. You know, if I caused social harm to the extent that a corporation did, I would be put in jail. But corporate limited liability, the incorporation of the rich and their money, is one of the anyway, I keep going round in circles, but it's just mental to listen to this.
The other. So exactly the same has to happen with worker co-ops. They have to understand that they're in a mutual co-respective relationship with communities of residential nature.
But okay, that isn't how things work, especially when people's basic needs aren't being met. Like, this is what really annoys me. Again, he's talking within a capitalist framework.
Since the workplace is a community at work, and the home is a community residential, or a community at play, or a community at
I've already raised issues with his whole thing of nuclear family. I didn't raise any issues with the formation of the nuclear family, even though it is a purely capitalist invention.
In your home, and there's going to have to be,
and it actually erodes community and social trust, this setup of nuclear families as well. But anyway,
activity, which means if you're a coal mining co-op, what about the coal, the smoke, the soot, and all the particle matter?
Yeah, because we know corporations are really socially responsible now. They really think of all of those things all the time. They're held to account all the time.
In this community, there has to be veto power. The community has to have power over the workplace, and vice versa. You have to work this out, and that's going to happen here. And ironically, the democracy in the residential, where we at least have voting for whoever makes the rules as mayor or council person, or
that's not democracy in the residential, though. That's not democracy in the residential. More of a problem with the state than the corporation. Government allowing rights to corporations. It's a symbiotic relationship between the state and corporations. They both benefit from keeping this kind of a relationship between individuals and corporations, because governments are incorporated as well. This is a really central point of mine, actually, and it's something that I need to develop more in a book. I need to publish a book. I like state institutions are incorporated, so they work in the same way as a corporation. Corporations existed before the nation state, and so it actually follows the corporate framework. This is one of the things that I'm willing to revisit with regard to capitalism, because I do know what I actually have a more of an issue with is corporatism. Not corporate. I mean, this is the problem with academia. There's too many fucking definitions for too many different things. but a capitalist economy which puts corporations at the center of it, that's essentially what we have. But I would say that that is what capitalism really is now, is corporate capitalism. But that is yeah, it's a serious issue with the whole economic system, is that it's set up with a corporate framework, and you're either the hot or not, you know. You're this this is also yeah, I wasn't really defining it properly. That's what I said, I need to work it out. I wasn't really defining it properly. But there's a few elements of this sort of this payoff for individuals who are within the corporate system, which makes people accept the again, this is stuff I still need to work out, and this is why I need to write about it, because I can't work things out verbally very well, like you know what I mean, hopefully. But yeah, there's like a payoff for individuals who like work for a corporation, which actually as an individual takes away, like doesn't benefit. Yeah, see, this is why I need to write it. So what I'm thinking of, an example, I'll give an example of what I'm trying to explain, and maybe that'll help. If you work for a corporation, you might be able to expense certain things, right? So you can't really afford lunch. You can't afford an expensive lunch because of the wages that you're given, but your corporation essentially sponsors your lunch. So you go, oh, I'm getting a free lunch, free fucking lunch, guys. But that doesn't but it doesn't address the underlying mechanism that gives the corporation all of that ability to do that, and leaves you with very little. So yeah, I mean, these are all ideas that I still haven't fully worked out. Yeah, there's yeah.
Senator or president, none of that exists in the capitalist workplace. The workers don't vote for anybody. By democratizing the workplace, you reinforce the democracy of the residential place, and they now have to work out their relationship. And that
this guy is just a social democrat, because like he keeps his conflation between socialism and democracy is incorrect, which is what he kept doing throughout the debate as well. Like, he kept pointing to democratic systems, and I'm like, yeah, that's great, that's cool, you can and should advocate for that. Democracy is great, but it's not socialism necessarily.
Real power of each location onto the other. And by the way, we have examples of modern societies that tried to do that.
Oh, we are definitely meant to be enemies, Penguin. I mean, that's it. We're we're done. But thank you. But yeah, it's. I mean, I'm not going to attack you personally for working for an oil company, even though you are clearly the worst person in the world. But no, I mean, you know, you do you. But my issue isn't with people who work for corporations. Like, I don't have an issue with people who work for Yep, that's right. I don't have an issue with people who work for corporations at all. I have mainly an issue, I mean, say, it's more of a problem with the state than the corporation. It really is. But I know that the people who are in charge of Western states, well, no, I think you can actually apply this across all economies at this stage. I am well aware that the people who are in charge of corporations are also very closely linked with the people who are in charge of states. So in a practical sense, there's not that much of a separation between the corporate rich and the state, particularly in the UK. I mean, like 80% of the members of parliament in the UK are landlords, and so, funny enough, don't like passing legislation on renting and private landlordship, stuff like that, you know. So yeah, I do. My main issue is definitely with state governance, because that is what we are purported to have control over. But obviously, what did someone say? If voting changed anything, they wouldn't let us do it, you know.
In the aftermath
And I do
of
believe
World
that.
War I, Germany, the Constitution of Germany, written after World War I. And remember, before that, they had an empire. The leader of Germany before that was the Kaiser. That's the German equivalent of Tsar, the German equivalent of Emperor. They got rid of the empire. They got rid of the emperor.
But the relationship between corporate rich and the government is an issue, you know, and you couldn't only deal with the state issues alone. You'd have to deal with the whole setup. But this is an issue that I keep coming back to. Is corruption is the main issue. Capitalist, communist, whatever. Corruption is the issue, really. So what we need to actually try and work out somehow, and this is something that many people before me have tried to do, and I'm not saying I am going to be able to at all, but I think the aim should be for a value-free ethical system. I know that's a big ask, but I think that's really what we should be working towards. Trying to establish a system that is hard to corrupt. Yeah.
They set up a parliament.
The impossible ask.
But you may be surprised. They set it up with 2 houses. Everybody got a vote as a citizen where you lived, and you elected people to a house of parliament. But you also set up, it's very interesting, in the Weimar period, because the Constitution was written in the German city of Weimar. The second house of parliament, you elect where you worked. It was a workers' elected body, and the 2 bodies had to agree. Imagine if we had a Senate that was elected according to where we live, but a House of Representatives that was elected according to where we work.
The issue with that is, you know, who becomes experts. But it's a better system. But
each had 2 votes, one for where we live and one for where we work, and all laws had to be acceptable to us as workers and to us as residents. A wholly different.
I tell you, it's an improvement on what we have in the UK, which is the elected parliament and then the House of Lords, which is just aristocracy. So it's an improvement, but it's not a socialist
emerge from a society that did
thing.
that. That's what worker co-ops would do, but they would learn.
That's good when people in New Jersey and start dictating New York laws.
I guess one of the last.
I don't know what
that has popped up.
What is the most common exurb or whatever where you'd live in and work in for New
There
York?
would be mass scale worker cooperatives.
People in Virginia start writing laws for DC.
Hey,
Thank you. Hey, I enjoyed having you as Miss Imp. You're a decent one. No, have a nice sleep. Good chatting to you anyway, and I'm glad my example was a poignant one, because that is one of the examples that I'm kind of more proud of in terms of criticism of corporations. So thank you. Have a good sleep and all the best. Take care.
Do you have any idea on what you would ever predict as a timeline for that? And then B, what would be the transformation necessary on, say,
I'm making fun of it, but technically, it's actually kind of an interesting thing. If you have some area that you work in constantly, like, should you have a say in terms of like how that area is ran? You spend a lot of your life there, a lot of your life working there. It's not actually the worst thing.
It's not a bad idea. It's a very it's a better idea than what we have at the moment.
make the
The thing with that would be tax allocation and stuff like that as well, though. You know, getting complicated.
make the community and the workplace co-respect, sharers in decision making, veto power on one another, etc., etc. But I do think this is scalable. I think the Mondragon Corporation demonstration
God, we love that.
He does just constantly use them as an example.
Enterprises, here comes the history again, had to learn how to go from the small enterprise with an owner who starts the business and a dozen workers or something like that, to the modern mega corporation, which has hundreds of thousands. There was a whole long, difficult transition. Where you had to learn what a stock market was, how you could issue shares, how you could become bigger than one family could ever manage, etc., etc., etc. I expect the same with worker co-ops. They will have difficulties scaling.
Oh, okay. I thought he was talking about a worker co-op working out how to become a public company within a capitalist system. I was like, what are we talking about here?
And we can see some of that already with the Mondragon Corporation. It started in 1956 with a Catholic priest and 6 workers. It is now the 7th largest corporation in Spain and has over 100,000 workers.
As Destiny did already point out, it's the largest federation of worker co-ops and not a co-op in itself.
Study in spectacular growth over a period of 70 years. But during that time, it's had all kinds of problems it had to solve in going from a very small business to a very, very large business. And I would expect the lessons of.
So I tell you my real issue with this kind of stuff is I keep seeing it a lot with a lot of people trying to come up with different models. And I saw this particularly in the charity sector. So there was a thing I was helping out with, and they were trying to come up with community funding for a community farm. The whole idea is that they buy a big ton of land, set up an organic farm, set up worker areas to live, set up an area for workshops, camping, events, stuff like that, and then also have a building that small enterprises can work out of to generate income, stuff like that, using the produce of the farm and blah blah blah, added value, etc. And they kept saying that what they wanted to do was provide a blueprint for what to do in the future for other people. They were like, you know, other people can set up, and then what you do is you start supplying local restaurants with food and stuff like that, and blah blah blah. And I was like, okay, great. Yeah, this sounds great. And then I was like, so what's your vision for the future? How are other people going to be able to do this? Like, how does this scale up? How many of these farms would you need across the UK to be able to sustain this? Like, how do we set up an economic system that is supported only by local farming? And they went, oh yeah, no, that's not possible. I was just like, wait, what? And they were like, yeah, so we're going to use this and do this as like the blueprint. So we're going to take shit tons, like millions and millions and millions and millions of pounds in charity donations. We're going to take funding, everything, all for green initiatives, for community living, blah, blah, blah. We're going to take all of this money with the intention of it never being scaled up, because we already know that it can't be. It's like, I know now, I was just very optimistic at the time, but I was also just like, why would you say that your vision is for others to do this and for it to solve the food sovereignty issues in the UK? Why would you say that if you know for a fact it physically cannot be done? I know that you know. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I know now, but at the time I was just like, oh wow, like that's great. We've got a vision for the future. Blah blah blah. Organic farming, food sovereignty. The issue of exploitative supply chains, of importation of shit tons of food from all across the world, carbon footprint, etc., etc. I was like, oh, we've got somewhat of a response to that. Nope. Even the hippies who are advocating for it don't believe in it. And that's what this man sounds like as well. It really annoys me. This, oh, well, we're just going to have to compromise so that I can make a name for myself. And then maybe things will change in the future. It's like,
that of those difficulties would be applied, learned, and struggled with here as well. I think the role of the government is a very, very important.
Oh, this is it, right?
And it would be a good way for me to end this conversation because it points in a direction. What we have is two political parties, Republican and Democrat, who both agree that capitalism is wonderful. They both endorse it, they support it, they are enthusiastic celebrants. I think many of you saw that famous moment when a young college kid asked a question of Nancy Pelosi. I think that was during the 2016 race, and he asks her in some college where she's speaking, what do you say to Bernie Sanders and the interest of people my age in socialism? And she looked so befuddled. You see the camera focus in on Nancy Pelosi's face. He really doesn't know what to say. So she kind of ends up saying to him, and these are words I quote, "We're all capitalists now." Exactly.
Wait, what?
So she kind of ends
Who?
in socialism. And she looked so...
Wait, no, sorry, I wasn't listening to this. I don't know what just got said.
And the interest of people my age in socialism. And she looked so befuddled. You see the camera focus in on Nancy Pelosi's face. She really doesn't know what to say. So she kind of ends up saying to him, and these words I quote, "We're all capitalists now." Exactly. We have two political parties.
Fuck, it's the FBI, the CIA.
By American capitalism.
He was right.
For help, lower taxes, subsidies, roads built so they can get goods in and goods out quickly, subsidies for every conceivable need. They have harbors, rivers, educating their workers at public expense. We've had two parties that have gone out of their way to develop capitalist enterprises. What we need, and what between you and me and the lamppost, what I think is coming is a political party with a different agenda.
Surf clam. That was the
Its
fish, right? That I needed.
will be to get a government that will give comparable subsidies, tax breaks,
Subsidies?
supports.
What? He's just spoken about how he's so well versed in Hegel, Marx, Gramsci, Althusser, and yet he's advocating for government subsidies straight away.
Cooperative business to level the playing field so that government no longer thinks of itself as having the one objective of supporting one kind of
Israel.
production stream.
Yeah, we already spoke about
And
this
let there
morning,
then
but
be a synergy.
yeah, it's an
between
occupation
a
state,
political
so
party that's
it's
the
apartheid.
advocate for worker co-ops
I'm
and
anti-Zionist.
the worker co-ops that become the political base, the voter base, and the funding base
Are you okay, Lance?
for such a political party. And again, a historical reminder. That's where the capitalist political parties came from. They emerged out of feudalism. They had the financial and voter support of the capitalist urban centers in Europe
Bourgeoisie.
against the old feudal aristocracy. So let's
The bourgeoisie. I swear to God, it's like he's just started reading Marx. It's mental.
learn from that and let's develop new political parties.
I'm getting very hungry.
That is the
I'm gonna have to go in a minute.
for the Marcora law, like Italy has, to come here.
Been on nearly
For the
4
program
hours.
of government support for worker co-ops that we can borrow from Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell. And let's have the worker co-ops see the importance of voting for and funding a political party that enhances them a contesting sector of U.S. economics.
I totally agree with you.
A sector. A contesting sector within the capitalist framework. This man shouldn't be allowed to call himself a socialist. I'm sorry. But I'm thinking this more and more about so many people who call themselves socialists and people who call themselves Marxist. All sorts. Like at university, I met so many people who called Marxists who had only ever read the fucking the Communist Manifesto. How can you call yourself a Marxist? As an academic, as a student in a university, all of the people that I was talking to were social theorists or political scientists or, or economists, all social sciences stuff. How can you call yourself a Marxist, which is a theoretical position to take, when you've not read any of his theory? How can you do that? And that's what all of these people seem to be doing. Like this man, I've read Hegel, I've read Marx, I've read Gramsci, so I get to represent socialism, even though all that I'm advocating for is worker co-ops within the capitalist framework. What?
Something has to be put forward there. I know this.
What am I hungry for?
Like I'm about to leave.
It's a good question.
I think that there's only two viable political, like a two-party system in the U.S. So I don't see a third party being politically
Not
viable.
sure.
My idea would be to infect the Democratic Party with.
I mean, so this is now two socialists talking to each other about what they think is the best future to be able to advocate for a socialist future. One's talking about setting up worker co-ops as a sector within the capitalist framework. The other is saying about how there's no way outside of the two-party system in America. Defeatist positions. And
More people,
I don't know what to eat. I've got some Monster Munch here. I'll have some of that.
To get them to pass legislation rather than forming a completely third party or something like that.
I'm a bit more agnostic. Here's what I want. I want people inside the Democratic Party to try to do exactly what you said, and at the same time, people who don't want to work inside the Democratic Party do the same program outside. And let's see how it works in both ways. Maybe they can work together. Maybe they can merge at some point. Maybe each will discover things that one can do that the other can't. But let's go in that direction, and let us learn as we go the best particular organizational way of doing it might be.
Thanks so much for your time, Richard. Is there anything you wanted to plug or talk about?
No, I just would remind people, if you're interested in this way of thinking,
Democracy
the best way
at
to
Work.
find out about what we do
Guarantee
is go to our website, Democracy at Work.
Yep, his own stuff. Only advocate for his own stuff.
I do a weekly radio and
Nice.
television show called The Economic Update. That's
Right.
available pretty much everywhere.
Him.
On the radio or both.
Thank you so much, Richard. It was a pleasure as always.
Shortbread
thank you very
petticoat
much.
tails. Ooh,
Okay.
nice.
I'm off to another interview.
Have fun.
All right, Glenn.
Remember to hit that like and subscribe, and don't forget the notification bell so that my videos show up right in your feed. I was joking around in the comments.
That was illuminating. Because, sorry, these are really crunchy. Yeah, I know, sorry. Monster Munch. But the new Monster Munch are shit. There's hardly any tang, you know, like hardly any flavour on there. And I think they're like, are they baked now instead of fried or something? Because the texture's weird. Yeah, they're baked. I think that's recent. Nowhere near as good. Yeah, that's what they should do. That's what they should do. But not these. To be fair though, they're only like 300 calories for a whole bag. It's not bad, is it? If you want to lose weight, I want to put on weight though. So, yeah. I was thinking I might run through some of the stuff that I was doing yesterday, and just explain a couple of the things that I was doing for the organization. Oh no, I can't because that'll give you too much information. Damn. Ugh. It's so annoying, the idea of doxing and stuff. Can't really share too much at all, can you? Online. But yeah, Monster Munch used to be the one, but recently, not great. Do you know what I did get? And the packet is still here on the floor because I was a lazy bitch yesterday. But prawn cocktail, Quavers. That was a game changer. I mean, to be honest, why were Quavers ever not prawn cocktail? That's the real question. Yeah, taste it. Very nice. I like anything tangy though. Anything like slightly sour. I'm like, you know, like the ketchup flavored crisps as well. But But recently, flavors of crisps are less intense because they're doing this whole like anti-obesity, trying to be, you know, considerate of children and blah 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 blah. All of that shit. Right, what will I change the title to? Okay, I need to think a little bit about when someone please think about the children. Same with those, you know, like sugar tax and stuff. I'm dead against that shit as well. The UK is going to get mental with that now. You know, since COVID, with the old obesity coming, being a big factor to make you vulnerable. I can't think of the word that I wanted to use, but yeah, like the government is suddenly deciding that, you know, they're going to tell adults how to live their life. I get it to an extent. I know that the NHS, you know, all of that, but I'm not really, I'm not really on board with the nanny state shit. I'm telling you what you can and can't do, but not providing much of a welfare state to support you. It's the worst of both worlds. It's meant to be either the government doesn't get involved in your private life, or it gets really involved in your private life, but in a positive and a negative way. Trying to tell me what to do. Yeah, no, that doesn't really work. I did what I was told for the lot in that, I suppose. That's it though. That's the most cooperation you're going to get with me, really. I need to pee, and I need to get coffee and food and stuff. So I'm going to go for 5 minutes, and then I'm going to be back. Yeah. See you in a minute. I'm back. Sorry. I realised I had stuff in the washing machine. So I had to pick up some stuff, put it away. Thank you very much. But I'm out of breath coming up them stairs. That's bad. There's only one flight of small stairs. I really am out of breath. Let's just calm the fuck down, shall we? Yeah, so I just need to hang up some stuff, but no, yeah, I wish there was. I think there's like 13. It's a good point. I need to count, actually. Right, I need to put this stuff away, and then I need to eat. I think, yeah, I still need to eat properly. That's the thing. Might get takeaway. I really should, but it might happen anyway. Because I need to do this essay and I can't be bothered to go to the shop. You know, shit like that. But every time I get takeaway, I'm utterly disappointed with what I get. And I don't really have the need to be doing that. But yeah, I don't know what to eat. I might just make a quick omelette in a minute. But yeah, we'll see. For now, I'm gonna pop this down here and quickly hang up this washing. Yeah. Cheese omelette. Yeah, that chicken burger I didn't even eat. Like that's it was such a waste. That's what's really making me feel like I shouldn't get. Because you know, like, to be honest, I haven't worked in a few different restaurant type places. Hygiene standards are very fucking low. Like very low. Even in top restaurants in my local area. Very low. And that's kind of in the back of my head all the time as well. It's really putting me off eating out altogether. Because it's either like frozen and just heat it up, or people getting paid quite shit wages do a lot of work. Yeah, I want to know as well. That's the thing. I really do. Like, because I worked in a restaurant that's expensive and regarded as like a really good restaurant, but I ended up going and buying a lot of the ingredients for them at various different times, because I knew the shops. I lived right next to the shops that they wanted stuff from, so I knew them, so they just sent me that, and I was like a favorite, so I didn't really, if I didn't want to work, I didn't have to. Yeah, anyway, the ingredients that I ended up buying for him, It's the cheapest shit. Like, people are getting ripped off. And that was like that's a restaurant that like Drake and Rihanna have been to and all of that shit. And you know, it's like one of them frequently visited by celebrities kind of place. And yeah, it is all about profit margins. And it did look good. That's the thing. The food looks okay, but you know, like, oh, anyway, I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna get into that. That's probably not the best route to go down. Yeah, let's change the subject. But yeah, takeaway, I'm not that keen on anymore. Because yeah, I just know you're paying way over the amount that you should be. Let's say, for example, if there's lamb chops on the menu, 9 times out of 10, you're not getting lamb, you're getting mutton, which is a quarter of the price. But because they're thin chops, people don't notice. They just make them super thin. And for the experience, you're actually paying for the experience, and it's added value rather than convenience. Convenience is shops, is meal deals, stuff like that. Restaurant, what you're actually paying for is the experience, which includes the service from the wait staff, which is why it's hilarious that we separate that out and pay extra for good service, because actually that's what you're paying for in the price for the restaurant. So you shouldn't then, to be honest, be paying an extra 10% for service included in the bill and then extra for the tip. That it's not what should be being done, but it is what's being done, because actually the value added by the restaurant is the experience and the service that you get, and that's what you should be paying extra for in the price, and it should be going straight to the wait staff, you know, for the extra labor that they're under. But you know, that doesn't happen, does it? Oh, I just got an email the day after. So you're allowed to apply for 2 automatic extensions for university because of COVID. And I applied for the second one the night before, like the day before one of the essays was due. And it's the day after the essay was due now. And now I've got the email just saying your automatic extension has been approved. Like, bitch, I fucking hope so. It was due yesterday. I would really hope that that's going through. But yeah, I tip. I tip if I think you've done a good job. Yeah, I know. It's like, okay, it's a bit late telling me that now, because, you know, I will have automatically lost 15% already if it wasn't. So there you go. Oh no, 10%. 10%. You automatically lose 10% per 24 hours after the due date. It's quite a significant chunk, isn't it? But yeah, tipping is difficult. It depends on the country. 100%. Depends on the wages they're getting. Depends on the company. You know, like the other company that I got the offer for recently, there was good wages. So I would expect tips, but actually, weirdly, you know, counterproductively, you're actually more likely to get more tips at a place that pays better because of the type of clientele that you're getting there, who automatically tip and pay the service charge as well, you know. But there we go. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking with this whole thing. All of the allowances that they've made for COVID in university should just already be available. Like this automatic extension thing. They did it so that we can manage our time better because they know that you've got due dates all. So if they know that, first off, why don't they just separate out the due dates? If they know that that's the case, if they know that we get stressed every year because there's 4 or 5, maybe 6 if you're doing mini, you know, multiple mini modules, you're going to have between 4 and 6 essays or exams, all within a few days of each other, if not on the same day. If you know that already, and you know that that's stressful, and you know that that causes stress on the regular, why do it? Like, what? Who? Why? So yeah, like, it's nice that they give us these extensions with the caveat so that you can manage your time better, because we know that you get all at the same time. If they know that, why not just separate out the due dates? Because I've still got now, even with this extension, I've still got 3 due on the same day, which is next Thursday. One of them is going to significantly suffer, like, obviously. So why even do that? Why set it up that way? It's I know why they set it up that way, because it makes it easier to bulk mark. It's just less work for them. But now they're willing to actually do a bit of extra work because they know that it's hard for us. Like, bitch, why weren't you doing this before? Why were you not doing this level of work before? You get paid tons. Like, half of these lecturers are on a comfortable 60k. And they're still talking about how they don't get paid enough. It's, yeah. Lecturers should be available around the clock. Not around the clock, you know, not 24/7, but normally they've got this rule of you can talk to me on this day at this hour only, and 10 different students are all going to turn up at that exact same time, all from your class, and you're all going to have to battle to get my attention. Why is that set up that way? Who does that help? How does that help? How does that instill an ethos of learning, or critical thinking, or communication, or collaboration? Like, what are we doing in these institutions? It makes no sense, any of it, to be honest. I think the whole thing's a joke, really. Like, even the stuff that they've put on, even the stuff they've made available, like the readings, the lectures online, stuff like that. Minimal fucking effort. Minimal. And a lot of it is only, so I've had modules from last semester that covered the same things as follow-on modules from this semester. So they know straight up they're literally repeating the same stuff. And then there's different modules that have different, you know, interests or special metabolisms or whatever. And yet even across those modules, they're meant to be wholly different specializations. You're covering the same readings. You're covering the same content over and over. Like, it's ridiculous. The amount of times that I've covered Bauman's Liquid Modernity this year and last year in the final year of undergrad, you're just covering the same shit over and over and over. I don't get it. I got paid for the hours you were lecturing and didn't get any money for other time. Yeah, that's pretty fucked, to be fair. You should get paid for the hours you put in. But at my university, any lecturer that takes on the extra, like the time that you spend for office hours is paid. And if you take on extra responsibilities, like, you get paid for that. Teaching assistants get fucked over at my university. They're expected to like host seminars and stuff, and they get paid not that much, but they still get paid way better than most wage earners. That's the caveat of teaching assistant exploitation in Russell Group universities. Yes, they are being exploited, but let's compare their exploitation to the rest of the labour market. They're still in a very fucking good position and should shut the fuck up. I've dealt with so many over my whole university time that I got very little teaching. So I'm very bitter about all of these things, to be honest. I got a subpar education because university staff want more and more and more and more and more, and they don't realise that the corporation of universities benefit either which way. They don't give a fuck whether you strike or not. They don't care whether we get taught or not. Like, they don't care. So why you would keep doing old school striking as if that's going to make a difference, I don't know. So I'm very bitter about all of the lack of teaching and the demanding for more money and better pensions and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, bitch, deal with that another way. Like, stop taking research funding if you really want to address, or if you really want attention for your cause. Because what the staff did is just create another barrier between staff and students and cause more division by constantly striking. Like, every year that I had an undergrad year of study, there was strikes for at least a third of it. It didn't affect the corporation that is the university. They still got all their fees. The staff just didn't get paid. Like, the uni just saved money. So yeah, I'm very bitter about all of that. Every student learns differently. That's interesting. That seems a bit overkill. Uni is hands off, yeah. Hands off is fine, but do what you said you were going to do. You know, like, do what you're contractually obliged to do, which is fucking teach. I wouldn't go as far as expecting different teaching techniques and all of that, but turn up to your lectures, give them. Have slightly different content to every other fucking lecturer in your department. yeah, show that you're here to be a lecturer because you actually want to lecture, not just because it's the only way that you're going to be able to get funding for research and support your research. Like, that's the thing as well. It's like a lot of academics that are lecturers don't want to be lecturers. They'd rather just be a researcher, but that's not possible. Oh, fair. Yeah, maybe you do have to do different stuff. I have to say, like, my uni, well, I don't know. Also, like, I have to bear in mind that dealing with a very particular part of the university, which is like one of the most sort of pronounced for these issues. So obviously I've got a slightly skewed view, but yeah, universities are fucking it up. Like, even so, this is one of the things that I found quite difficult to reconcile, is like, there's lecturers there that, you know, from what I can see, genuinely like want to change stuff and like impart knowledge and, you know, establish critical thinking and whatnot. But you're doing it in a Russell Group university. Like, who do you really think you're reaching doing that? So, you know, like, I have had lecturers say, oh, well, I'm trying to help, I'm trying to do stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but you're within an institution that has a very particular view of how things should be done. You're not going to be able to do that much from inside it. But that's the thing. Higher education isn't meant to be all that inclusive. I don't know, maybe you've had a different experience, but from what I saw up until COVID, there was very little allowance for anyone who wasn't, you know, white, middle or upper class. Mainly men. That was it. Like, that was kind of the viewpoint that you're allowed to have. And anything beyond that is just sort of pushed to the side. It's not really considered. Although, I don't know, there's a lot of virtue signaling stuff at the uni as well. So I say that, but like you say with people, we had this thing where the student union decided that public events, we weren't going to clap anymore, we were going to do jazz hands because of deaf people and people with anxiety and stuff. And it, you know, it didn't actually happen in reality, because no deaf person or anxious person asked for it. It was just people trying to be inclusive, but without asking what people actually need. I don't think the education is down to class, though, because the university I went to is a very good university. It's one of the top universities in the country. And the education still is shit. Like, it's actually not good. So I don't even believe that anymore. You know, because that's what I genuinely believed. I was like, oh, I'm going to go to one of the best universities. I'm going to get one of the best educations, and it's going to change my life. And it didn't really. It pointed me to some things that I would not have had the point of reference to know about before. Some, but only some. The majority of what I learned, I already knew. It was the biggest joke out of the whole thing. All of my understandings of the world from when I was 17 until going to university were just confirmed when I went to university. Nothing changed. It just gave me like academic references for the points of view that I already had. So I think education's a bit of a joke, actually. I think it's a bit of a farce. Because if you're so inclined, seek that information out already. Like I already knew about the propaganda model from Chomsky when I was 18. But I only just learned about it in university. At master's level, not even at fucking undergrad. And I'm like, really? You know, like I already knew all that. I already accessed a lot of that information. Yeah, I love Chomsky. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't really used to that many new ideas, which is what I expected a lot, especially at a Russell Group university that was like one of the first social sciences universities to exist. I kind of expected a little bit more and got fuck all. Hey, Mr. Korea, how's it going? Nah, theme's fine. What's wrong with the theme? I like it. Here you go. You can have that one instead. But yeah, I'm highly disappointed with education as a thing. I don't think it does enough. I mean, to be fair, I did do it, but that's it's done. I need to put this. I realised I've just seen it in the back. I need to put this washing away. I can't just leave it sitting on my bed. So yeah, I don't think you'll be able to hear me talk for a minute. I don't know. Can you hear me from over here? I don't think you can. I'm guessing you can't. Yeah, it is. I've had it for a long time now. These are, you know, like hippie pants that I've had for ages as well. But I need to turn them into something else because I broke these. I ripped them. So that's the ankle bit. And that's the whole thing. But I've already cut it to take apart. So I need to just like turn it into something else altogether. Because I used a patch for these. So I ripped these doing. Oh, what's happened there? Oh, there seems to have been some kind of paper in my pocket or something. Damn. People somewhere. Right, anyway. Anywho, I took a patch of those and put it in the knee there because I ripped these when I fell off my bike. Cool. Grab your top from there. Do you know It's Always Sunny? Birdlaw. It's my favourite episode. Is the old damn, it's busy for the delivery job, but I'm working tomorrow from 9 till 6, so I'm not working tonight. But yeah, do you know It's Always Sunny? With Charlie. He's always talking about bird law and stuff, and then there's a court episode. It's my favourite. There's a court episode where where he ends up using bird law to solve the case. He's got his uncle there, and his uncle's got it's my favourite episode. I fucking love it. I'm always like in tears because there's his uncle who's like really obsessed with his small sized hands, so he wears like hand gloves and he points at one point and the hand the big hand goes flying off and he's like, nobody look, but in such a high-pitched voice. It's the best. It's hilarious. That's my favourite. Someone got me that and I should probably have given it away after we was talking, but I like it. So I need to. Sorry, I played that clip of. I have to play that clip of the uncle going, nobody look. Oh, this is my favourite. I just put in nobody look and it comes up straight away. Nobody look, always sunny. Uncle Jack, he's like clearly a paedophile as well as a character, is hilarious.
So, if there's someone to point the finger at, it would be his brother! Oh my God! Oh my God! Nobody look! Nobody look! Nobody look! Nobody look! Nobody look! Nobody look!
I watched that bit over and over every time I watch that episode because it's just so funny.
Hey!
Oh, whoa, calm down.
You just aren't supposed to.
Okay, that was another clip. Oh, Jesus Christ. I love that. Nobody look! That's it. Anyway, and yeah, and Charlie's bit where he's like, the Pocono swallow. Autoplay was that very loud. I do love it. Always Sunny is hilarious though, but I've watched it too much now. You know, so it's not the same. I watched it too many times to enjoy it fully. Apart from that episode. It's just making me laugh still. Oh my God, nobody look! Nobody look! But why? Right, then I need to get moving. I need to get off stream, to be honest. Oh, ow. Right. I think I'm probably gonna have to get going. Doing laundry does hurt. But yeah. Might have a quick look at the news and then get going. British tourists allowed into Portugal from Monday. Yeah. Whoa. Oh, I wish I hadn't looked at the news. So, literally, the essay that I was writing yesterday is a commentary on exactly this shit. So apparently, on the one that you're modding, you mean? Is that what you mean? Oh yeah, fair. What are you modding for? You have to ban them for. So yeah, social media sites are. Oh. Oh, fair. That's a good idea. So I opened this news story thinking it was going to be really bad, but I think it's quite positive, actually, which is so social media sites stepping in again, you know, in terms of misinformation. And I thought that the article was going to be like, pro-Hamas people have been removed, blah, 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 right? That's how I was expecting this to go. No, the other way. The Israeli Prime Minister, the spokesman for the Israeli Prime Minister shared a tweet, and it showed a 28-second video that claimed Hamas was firing rockets. But it was from 2 years ago, the tweet. But all the social media people have done is put a warning on it. They haven't removed it. It's fake news. They should remove it. There should be no ifs or buts. If that's what they're doing for everything else, you know, like for all the other stuff that they keep removing, would you not think like you'd remove that? Reverse image searching of the clip showed it was posted on YouTube in 2018. So it's not 2 years old, it's 3 years old. And it's from Syria. It's from fucking Syria. It's not even from Palestine. Palestine, by the way, not Israel. Palestine. Or Palestina. You know? I don't think they do have a big responsibility. I think they actually need to make that very clear. I think that would actually be much better. They need to stop getting involved and becoming moral arbiters for the internet. Like, I don't want corporations deciding what's right or not for people to share. They should just be limited from liability, if anything. I mean, because that's the real reason they're intervening. It's not because they give a shit about what's being said. It's because they can be sued if incitement of violence or whatever is done on their platform. But the argument, this is the essay I was writing yesterday, the argument for them to be considered public entities is becoming stronger and stronger, because you can't have private corporations deciding who gets to say what or who gets a platform, because that's ridiculous. But then you can't hold them liable if someone says something on their platform that is abhorrent. So we need something to be done, because like having a platform has become such an integral part of social life that I don't know people should have them. I don't think people should have them taken off. I don't think people's access to social media should be taken away because of stuff that they said. But short term, sure. Keep doing short term, sure. Permanent ban? No. I don't agree with that. But it's become such a normal part of social life in the last 10 years. I don't think you can have corporations deciding who does or doesn't get to do that. I also have a problem with coordinated. This is when it really worries me. Coordinated deplatforming of people or organizations, you know, like multiple transnational corporations all deciding at the same time to remove a particular person or group is very problematic. We should have an issue with that. But people on the left stayed very fucking quiet because it was Trump when it happened. The most obvious example, because they felt that morally it was the right decision. But the problem is setting the precedent for corporations to be able to decide who gets to say what. Like, who are they? Who are they to decide what we get to say? You know, especially a fucking sitting president. Like, that should worry people. Anyway. But yeah, everyone keeps talking about Gaza and that at the moment. Haven't heard anything about Colombia since Monday. Colombia, the internet got taken down a while ago, and I don't know what's happened with that. But authoritarian suppression going on there. They tried implementing a 20% tax on all of the lower income people, apparently to raise funds for COVID. Like, no. And yet everyone's just been talking about Gaza, which is great, yeah, but let's talk about them all at the same time, because it's the same issue. Authoritarian regimes and corrupt. So we need to be talking about all these things at the moment. I haven't seen anything about Colombia. I've not seen anything about Myanmar. Everyone's just bothered about Israel. And like I say, the Palestinian cause is a good one. I'm glad people are finally getting behind it. But we don't have to deal with only one issue in isolation. And actually, if we want a solution, truly, we need to be looking wider scale than just at one particular state at a time. No. It doesn't take, does it? You don't. You can follow and then unfollow. I'm sure people do. Course of action for those countries. It wouldn't be in isolation. I don't have a perfect solution at all, but I do think the separation of these things isn't a good idea. Like, we should just be looking at all of these things as a result of the same underlying mechanism, which is capitalist corruption and, you know, colonial global structures. Sorry, I just saw a headline and I was like, what? Naked Jehovah's Witnesses filmed by Russian agents, but I can't read it because it's paywalled. But yeah, it's hard to say what the course of action should be in those countries. I mean, they're already taking the course of action that they want to take. So they're already mobilizing. Like, they don't need someone like me telling them what to do. That people on the ground are doing plenty. Myanmar, they are organizing. Colombia, they are organizing. But how is it about colonialism? I mean, it all goes back to that, because all of these the reason we've got so many stable nation states across the world is as a direct result of the development of the global economy based on a colonial hierarchy from before. Technological advancement plus slavery plus stealing of resources from colonized countries plus further technological advancement plus then exporting all of this production that more state wealthy. Once you've gained enough wealth from it to then export all of the production so that the prices are kept low, consumption's kept high, and exploitation remains. Like, that is an inherent part of the global system that we have now, because of the history that we've had. There's, you know, that's going to be the way it's worked out. Colombia has had a particularly bad rap because of US CIA intervention. I don't know, where's you? Oh, you mean US? It's not a former colony. Didn't get colonized at all in the same way at all. You separated off. So yeah, that wasn't a colony by any stretch of the imagination, as they like to present that. It's not true. Singapore has a lot of social issues. Economically, somewhat strong, but those are really exceptional circumstances and not indicative of most colonized countries' experience. I mean, Africa is a good example of what's happened to colonized countries. I don't know what the 13 colonies are. I don't know what you mean by that. It wasn't formed as a colonized country, though. So no, it's not a good example. It's just not, actually. But yeah, Colombia has a very particular... The US is not an example of a colonized country. Anyone outside of the US would agree with that. Like the US is not an example of a colonized country. It didn't have the same economic setup. It didn't have the same social issues. It's not the same at all. It's just not. Southeast Asia, Africa, South America, those are examples of colonized countries. Most people agree on that. So I'm not going to entertain the idea of the US being a colony anymore. So Colombia has a very particular set of circumstances. They have a lot of CIA intervention. They have a lot of international sanctions that cause them problems. But again, it's all coming from the history, the global history that created disadvantage in these colonized countries. I mean, Palestine, Israel. I mean, Israel didn't exist, wasn't a thing, and then it just got popped there. That is, and I mean, yeah, that's beyond colonization. It's just fucking genocide, but there you go. Myanmar, same thing. Burma, Myanmar, British colony. Military coups, corrupt governments, those are the repeated results of colonized countries. Yeah, I said I'm not getting into that anymore. If you want to go and do research on it, then I invite you to do so. I'm not getting into an explanation about that because there is a general consensus that it's just not the same. So I'm not entertaining that thought anymore. Only US citizens think that. So, yeah. Yeah. You're a shit troll, I think. But there you go. And if you're genuinely trying to understand something, then the history there, the history, the way they were formed, everything is different. This isn't a debate. It's not even something to debate. There's no debate here. That just is the fact. That is the case. But yeah, the main thing is to identify the common themes within all of these different systems, which is corruption, actually. And corruption is inherent in a system that decides some people are above other people. So obviously, the history of a colonial system across the whole world is going to cause these kinds of issues. Yeah, which is why they need to not be looked at in isolation. It's the same stuff happening all across the world. And actually, like, I'm not even reading your comments anymore, just so you know. Just so you know, I'm not reading your comments anymore because I'm bored of repeating the same shit. Yeah, so the main thing is to identify the common themes across all of them. In terms of what they're meant to do on the ground, like, they're already doing it. People are sacrificing their lives. That's what people are doing. what else can you do? And you've got like militaristic, authoritarian regimes trying to take over. What else can you do? There's nothing you can do, realistically, apart from protest and resist. That's what people are doing. But they need support from other people. And us as observers need to make the links, you know? Yeah. That's what needs to happen. Blocked. Yeah, it's quite simple. Quite simple. Identify common themes and make it clear. The majority of that, all that needs to happen, just the minor thing of class consciousness across the whole globe. That's all we need, just the simple little thing of class consciousness across the whole world, which cuts through all of the distinctions that people have for each other based on age, religion, race, gender, everything. We just need to cut through all of those different things that divide us, establish class consciousness across the world, and overthrow authoritarian or corrupt governments. That's all we need to do. Just a minor thing of doing all of those things coordinatedly. Coordinatedly? That's not a word, is it? In a coordinated manner, and rise up. You know, just a minor little thing of being able to do all of that, whilst governments and corporations, their ability to cut off into electricity, water, basic resources, first aid, etc., from the people resisting. It's all we need to do. We just need to be able to manage all of those different things. Just slight little minor thing that we need to do. You know, I'm sure it'll happen in a couple of days. We'll work it out. We'll get there. This person's hilarious, by the way, the one I blocked. I don't know anything about this subject, but then going to tell me all about the subject. Like, okay, thought you didn't know anything 2 minutes ago. I think I might change the essay that I'm doing. I think I'm going to change it altogether. I am. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to change. I'm going to do a new one. I think I'm going to do analysis of a post-colonial piece instead. Hey. the America thing about? Nothing important. Just someone asking asked why there was a colonial element to global inequalities, and then pointed to the US as an example of a colonized country that's successful. And I said that's not an example of a colonized country in the sense that everyone understands. There's general consensus on the fact that that's the case. And he just kept going on about it, so I blocked him because he came on saying he doesn't know anything about all of this and asking for version, and then starts preaching. So I was just like, oh, okay, you clearly think you do know, so shut up. But yeah, I've got an essay. I've got 3 essays due next Thursday, and I've got work Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I need to get one of them done today, really. One done today, one done Monday, and one done Thursday. That's it. Wow. I don't think this is going to go well. Yeah, I think a troll. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. Boring one though. Like, if you're going to be a troll, make it interesting. But yeah, I was just talking about the world. You know, the different protests and stuff going on in the world and how they're all linked. Wow. Oh, this is nice. Police have released 2 men detained by immigration officials after a crowd swarmed the streets for hours to block their van from leaving. It lasted for nearly 8 hours. They were detained on suspicion of immigration offences and were released on bail pending further investigation. Wow. The protest prompted First Minister Nicola Sturgeon to accuse the Home Office of creating a dangerous and unacceptable situation. It's good to see people coming together, though. That's the kind of shit that I'm talking about. People just need to have an interest in history. Yeah, history, social theory. That's it, really. Yeah. Favorite time period and region. I don't have one, but I think the one I'm most, it's not like my favorite, but it's the one that I'm most sort of interested in, is the development of Rome. But I'm like, just as like a subset, like as a very specialized sort of interest, is the different cults of Rome and Greece. That's something I love. I'll never stop being interested. But yeah, like the cult of Bacchus, fascinating to me. If I could get if I could get loads of information about all of the cults of Rome, oh my days, that'd be me done. I'd be well happy. Yeah, it's more the social implications. It's more just analysing the social implications of particular periods of time and like developments that I'm interested in. Yeah. Oh. Just reading a story about one of my TV shows I watch. Yeah, so you're the same troll as before. Cool. Depression is linked to low-grade inflammation. Yep. The microbiome. That's a point, actually. I need to start eating better. My diet has gone to shit over the last couple of weeks, and I have noticed, like my body's noticed, 100%. What? 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 No. That's... Oh, okay, maybe. Yeah. A woman has started dating her own stepbrother after admitting that she had had feelings for him for years. That's so weird, bro. That's so weird. I don't get that. I had like a stepbrother purely by like, or like stepbrother removed, I suppose. Like so like I had a stepdad and he had a girlfriend who had a son. So we were like stepbrothers and sisters, and he was weird. I cannot imagine dating someone that was your stepbrother for years. It's such a weird thing. Just been hacking into Tom Hanks' PC. One for his one. Nice. That was good. That was good. Yeah, I just read this story of a woman dating her stepbrother after years of being stepbrother and sister. So fucked. And they say the French are weird. Like, no, the sentence made sense. I just don't really have much of a discussion topic in terms of early modern Europe. I'm also not sure what you're referring to as early modern Europe. And your name is SS something. So I'm not entertaining any discussions about early Europe with someone with the name SS something something. Okay? It does. It really does have to be done. You know, someone needs to help these people out, because I mean, also step brothers and sisters seem to be sleeping a lot during the day. That's something I've noticed. Seems to be a lot of sleeping, a lot of napping. You know, particularly napping in gym wear. Not something I thought that was that common, but apparently it is in the internet world. The step thing, that fucks me up a little bit. Why is there such a thing for that? Why are people so into the family-based stuff? Like, that sickens me. And from having spoken to a lot of older men over my lifetime, let me tell you, there is a big portion of men who want to fuck their daughter, biological daughter, like legitimately want to do that. And it's just fair. Yeah. What? How's it going, Arnold? But yeah, the whole step thing, the whole, well, incest, everything. Like, calm down, people. But yeah, SS, etc. I don't know what to say. Just reading about weird story. I mean, the 1400s to the 1800s are the most boring period of time ever. Maybe I'm just, you know, whatever. Maybe they're royalists. I just saw that. Sanity says, nice. Yeah, I just like 1400s to 1800s. So fucking boring, no? Yeah. I think, yeah, I much prefer ancient civilizations. Yeah, I don't know. I'm more interested in the social side of things anyway. So if it's just same old, I'm not going to really have much of an interest in it. Do you know what I mean? The slow but steady decline of feudalism and manners and stuff. Boring to me. To me, boring. Really, really boring. You know, talking about different language systems, talking about those kinds of things. That's more interesting to me. I like mysteries. I think I like mystery. I don't like really boring, dry, sensible, logical, linear explanations of everything that without any critical reflection on it or anything. I like working stuff out. That's what I like doing. Yeah, fair. Enjoy. Have a nice one. I need to start doing something soon as well. Jesus, I need to do something. Whether it's go and buy food. Yeah, if you could just like get me some fried chicken, but like the stuff that I had the other day where I didn't eat it. Some really good fried chicken would be great. Thank you. Yeah, free Palestine, obviously. Always. Chicken tikka. Yeah. Yeah, fair. See you in a sec. Ow. Yeah, I like mystery. You know, like the Aztecs. What were they really about? Who knows? But I like to think about it. Yeah, all of that kind of shit. Like anyone that was writing in Aztecs were, well, according to who? We don't know really, do we? That's the thing. The victors write history. So one of the biggest downfalls of the development of history is there's just no written anything up until, well, not that we can interpret. So we don't know really, do we? That's what intrigues me though. That's what keeps me interested, is the mystery. If we had a nice neat explanation for everything, I wouldn't be interested at all. Because it really would be boring. But yeah, like cults of Rome, cults of Greece. I mean, that's the thing, is look back at Rome and Greece, and then what is it? The Zoroastrians, is it? Just before them, everything was almost exactly the same. There was a lot of shared symbology. There was a lot of shared references for things. Everything was based in astrology. It was all like pagan. Across most ancient civilizations, there was like really common themes, really common symbology. Did they actually leave it? Did we actually decipher it though? Because they've said that about Egypt as well, but actually a lot of the interpretations are wrong apparently about Egypt. Anatolian, yeah, I think I've looked into them before. Yeah, has it been correctly interpreted? Because that's the question. That's the thing with Egypt. There's a lot of argument about that. You know, thousands of tablets doesn't mean they've been interpreted properly. I'd be intrigued, but the abundance of information doesn't mean doesn't or accurate understanding or interpretation of it. Yeah, I would very much bet that a lot of the interpretations done by European academics are incorrect, because they have a particular narrative that they had to, like, this is coming from an anthropologist, like a lot of the early investigation into other cultures was all done with a particular narrative in mind. It was all done with a white supremacist narrative in mind. It just was, because they believed that they were civilizing the world. That's where Americans to this day still have this idea that they're descended from Greeks and Romans, civilized cultures and that. So, yeah, I don't know anything about it, so I obviously won't talk too much, but I would very much bet that early interpretations, since they were done by Europeans for the most part, until Turkey started getting involved, I would imagine that there's a lot that has been changed, like with Egypt. A lot of the Egyptologist interpretations of archaeological finds in Egypt are bullshit, straight up bullshit, based in absolutely nothing. So, you know. Earliest peace treaty. The Egypt version of the same treaty. Interesting. But yeah, the whole narrative about Egypt was completely changed and still is taught wrong all the time. There's actually loads of information that Egyptologists keep for themselves as well. Like that, there's a lot of hidden information when it comes to these ancient civilizations. The Vatican has a shit ton of archaeological evidence of ancient civilizations that they just won't share with people. Same with Israel. It's crazy that we've got two nation states representing religions. That's actually mad. 3. Saudi represents the Muslims as well, right? Depends which Muslims you ask, I suppose. Syria, Saudi. Well, it's both. No, it's still both, isn't it? I think Egypt just found the pyramids, and they were from an earlier civilization. The corruption in Egypt archaeology is rife. Yeah, that's what I'm aware of, is corruption and a lot of secrecy. A lot of Egyptologists are in secret societies as well. It's strange. It's just a strange setup. It's just very strange. Again, I don't know all that much because a lot of the information's hidden. Do I think Egypt just found the pyramids? No, I think there's I thought there was quite a lot from like Rome and Greece as well that kind of established that the Egyptians were doing what they were doing or whatever. I don't know that. I don't know. But the whole idea that like humans couldn't have built the pyramids and so it must have been aliens, that's crazy. Like, that's crazy. There is something in the fact that there are very similar pyramids all across the world. That's interesting, and I don't have an explanation for it. Roman buildings, they apparently didn't build the foundations for too. Very, very possibly. I don't know. We'll never know for sure, will we? Well, no, I suppose actually you can do, there's tests you can do for that. But yeah. I think something that is interesting is all across the world, like different ancient civilizations all build on the same spots. Like that's something that happens all across the world. And we don't know what that's about really, other than, you know, deciding that it had cultural significance for these people and so these people try to copy them. Or establish that this place had historical significance for some reason. Or it was genuinely like a advantageous battle spot or close to water or something like that. But there are a lot of cases where people build, like different civilizations build on exactly the same spot over and over and over. The pyramids thing though, the main thing that I find interesting about that is that there are pyramids all across the world. It's not just Egypt. But in the West, that people focus so much on the Egyptian one is because in the West, people are taught that there's some kind of link between like Western civilizations and Egypt, even though I don't get how we're going to take credit for that, but that's what the West want to do. But all across the world, all across all different continents, there are pyramids like that with the same setup, same everything, which makes me believe that they were energy, you know, like power plants. But I've covered that before. I've discussed that many times. People probably just traveled the world a lot more than people assumed. Yeah, I think so. I think that, yeah. This is what I mean with all of these narratives that we teach ourselves. So, most of it's bullshit. The idea that like colonization brought trade. Trade was happening long before colonization. Like people were trading just fine before imperialism and colonization. But people like to attribute that to colonization to justify it. It's a load of shit though. So yeah, people probably did travel. I think the significance of obelisks should be investigated. I don't know what they're for, but they got moved all across the world. The Romans tried to move them as well, and the Egyptians. They tried to set them up. And Tesla, he was into the obelisks. Yeah, I don't agree with that either. The idea that we were all like, it's because of this myth again that we've taught ourselves of species progression. Like the majority of people still believe that there was like a linear from monkey to human, which just isn't the case at all, you know. So yeah, I mean, what are you going to do with that, really? It's crazy. But it's that it's this idea of progression towards modernity. This is exactly the kind of things that I have issues with. Like, it identifies one particular group of people as having been more developed than another group of people at a particular time. I'm sure that's not the case, you know. I maybe they you know, got an advantage because of a particular technological advancement or something like that, and so that changed blah blah blah, whatever. But it doesn't mean that the humans who were living at that time, one of them was more, like one group of them was more superior cognitively than the other. A lot of it, like which civilizations remain, is mainly down to luck. It's chance. Like it's a combination of being at the right time, having the right resources, happening to have some guy who thought of this idea before someone else. There's all sorts. So this idea of a particular civilization being more advanced than another one, I just don't buy into at all. At all. But that's what they try and say for the old civilizing processes of the West in Africa. That's what they try to say is, you know, we needed to civilize these barbarians. No, bro. Weaponry that was not available to them, and they had a collectivist attitude of reciprocity and just different cultural standards and understandings of the world, a more holistic and integrated view of humans. Those kinds of things, like there's still narratives taught that Africa was like just a barren wasteland with loads of idiots sitting there waiting to be colonized. Like, that is genuinely the narrative that still remains across most of the West, and it's just not true. There were kingdoms there. Egypt was one of the African kingdoms. African kingdom, not idiots, not barbarians that need civilizing. It's that kind of shit, isn't it? Load of shite. My spiritual animal is a fossil. Nice. My spiritual animal is lion, I think. Oh. Let's have some softer lighting. Bronze Age collapse is a cool period. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I'd have a listen. I like people theorizing about what. Hey, nice, thank you. I like theorizing about what happened, as long as we don't make normative claims, you know. oh, I think this happened, therefore these people are superior. No. No. Yeah. Like even this essay that I was writing yesterday was talking about the development of different forms of media. And you can't, in good conscience, separate out the development of mass print, mass radio, like mass print, radio, television, internet. You can't separate that from the colonial and industrial era that they were all developed in, and the social consequences for that. But that doesn't then mean that those civilizations were more advanced, like here, you know, mentally. Probably less advanced, if anything, because they went around fucking shit up. Enslaving another group of people, all of that shite. Atlantis. Oh, I don't know about that. Atlantis sounds like it's in the Atlantic. But yeah, there's all sorts. All sorts. Bronze Age collapse does sound interesting. Don't know much about it at all. I really wish there was more information about like Celtic civilizations. But the majority of information that I know about like Ireland before the British is a few little mentions of Ireland from the Romans, which was basically they're a barbaric people, don't fuck with them, leave them to it. They're a magical barbaric people that are too difficult to deal with, leave them but the Sahara wouldn't have been a desert back for the whole of, or maybe it would have, I don't know. Interesting. Anyway, the whole Atlantis thing. But I'm sure that there is probably a lot of evidence of stuff like this just held by, just held by like various different groups. Like the Vatican has a lot of stuff. They've got a lot of stuff that they don't make available to the public at all. I mean, I've just just Googled Vatican archives, and it's called Vatican Secret. They're literally called it's called the Vatican Secret Archive. Owns the material. Well, this Pope, if he's all about, you know, peace and love, sharing, changing the view of the church, then best thing to do would probably be give them up. No, give up all of it. I need to go back to Rome, so probably have a visit. Dead Sea Scrolls, yeah. Atlantis was Carthage. Intriguing. I like the different theories. Wait, Vatican. But you know all of the stuff with the Vatican, with the money shit that's going on at the moment. Like, and they're just being able to just cover it all up. It's fine. Crucial letter emerges to pin down a specific date. I think this is about something else. Yeah, this is about, I mean, standard priest sex crimes. So Pope Francis released a letter at one point. Which was anti-consumerism, pro-environmentalism, etc., etc. Weird. Urban, agricultural economics, biodiversity. He was against population control. All sorts. All sorts. But yeah, I don't know. Third Secret of Fatima. I think I have heard of that. That rings a bell. I think I might have looked into that before. Oh. Have they come true? Who is Fatima? The Secret. The Secret. Do you know, like, there's that book called The Secret. Is made up of 3 distinct parts. It's interesting. I only find that interesting because there's a lot of people who undertake 12-step programs which are based in Christianity, right? Who then end up going on this toxic tea manifestation route of whatever, you know. It seems to work for them, but that's all that The Secret kind of book is about. So I just find that interesting. But, oh, cool. Thanks, Sanity Assassin. And it was supposed to be opened in 1960, but wasn't revealed until 2000. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just reading about it. I'm just reading. So she had felt that the moment had come to reveal the first 2 parts, but she kept silent on the third because heaven didn't say, release the third. In Portugal, the dogma of the faith will always be preserved. In Portugal? That's so weird. I thought, oh, that's weird. Okay, I need to read what's in these because that's interesting. That's so weird. Sorry, but that is strange because Portugal, well, Madeira, when I went there, it's a Portuguese colony. Getting back into colonized countries. Yeah, it's an island off the coast of Africa. But one of the, it's so strange. I don't even know what this is about, but I feel like they are right. Just in that sentence, in Portugal, the dogma of the faith will always be preserved. Because there's an I went the week before Christmas to Madeira, and there's an overwhelming sense of like celebration for Christmas and stuff like that, but it's completely removed from consumerism. That was something really that I loved about the culture there. Because I don't mind if you're Christian and you're actually doing Christian shit. You say you're Christian and you're just about consumerism, you're a hypocrite. I don't deal with you. You're not a real believer, you know? Interesting. Portugal is so different as well to everything else. Portugal's where I've wanted to go for ages as well. Like, in terms of as a European state, it's very socialist compared to most. Intriguing. Okay. But where's the... Okay, this... Oh, you've not added anything else. This site that I'm looking at is telling me about the start of the third secret, but it hasn't mentioned the first 2 yet. What? In the period preceding the great triumph of the Immaculate Heart of Mary, terrible things are to happen. The text makes references to the crisis of the faith of the church and to the negligence of the pastors themselves. Yeah. Why did... I've never heard of any of this. Okay, it still haven't told me the first and second bit. Either we are for God or we are for the devil. There is no other possibility. Intriguing. If it's a just God, though, it would just base you. It would judge you not based on pledging allegiance or whatever to a particular God, because that would be an egoic entity. And you know, I'm not bending the knee to someone with an ego, because then you know better than me. You know? Okay, so I read this whole fucking page and it still didn't tell me anything about the first or second. What was said? Like, what the fuck was said? What the fuck was said? What the fuck was said? I don't even know. I don't even know the message. The first part. Oh, here we go. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. So, all very dramatic. Huge fires, shrieks, groans of pain, despair. Blah, 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 blah. Demons could be distinguished. You've seen souls of poor sinners go. Poor sinners. If you're a rich sinner, you're fine. Sounds like a capitalist to me. What's this about Wiki? It was supposed to be open in 1960, wasn't until 2000. Fair. I've found it now. This is the Centre for Fatima. So I'm thinking, you know, if they're all about her. Damn. So many promotions on for work and I can't do anything about it at the moment. I don't want to. Yeah. Wikipedia is pretty good in terms of sourcing. Like the to be able to enter a thing on Wiki, you actually have to show you're working. Like, people shit on Wiki, but like, I donate to it on a regular because we really, really should be grateful for it. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, oh dear, it wouldn't have lasted long though. Some change like that on Wiki, it doesn't last long. So, having fate of the damned to the 3 shepherd children of Fatima. By the way, do you reckon these just took acid? Or, you know, shrooms or something? We act as if psychedelics weren't available back then. And we just go, oh, well, when people envisioned things, they were definitely seeing stuff accurately. Like, there was no mental health issues back then. No way. There couldn't have been schizophrenics or anything back then. No, no, no. Couldn't have been any psychedelic drugs. No, no, no. Couldn't have been anything like that. Poison, delusions, whatever, like illness, you know. None of that all been 100% accurate. Sounds like a bad trip to me. To save them, God wishes to establish in the world devotion to my Immaculate Heart. If what I say to you is done, many souls will be saved. The war is going to end, but people do not cease offending God. Offending. It's an egoic God then, not one I'm willing to pledge my allegiance to. When you see a night illumined by an unknown light, know that this is the great sign given you by God that he is about to punish the world for its crimes by means of war, famine, and persecutions against the Church and against the Holy Father. To prevent this, I shall come to ask for the consecration of Russia to my Immaculate Heart and the communion of reparation on Saturdays. What? If my requests are heeded, Russia will be converted and there will be peace. If not, she will spread her errors through the world, causing wars and persecutions against the Church. The good will be martyred, the Holy Father will have much to suffer, various nations will be annihilated. When was this? Just before the Cold War? Okay. It just doesn't make sense. A worse war will break out during the reign of Pius XI. Who was that? When was that? Has that already happened? We moved on now? When you see illumined by an unknown light, and where did this happen? Oh, wait, whoa. Portugal's going to be saved, but it was in Portugal that this happened. What is this? It's just a load of shit. Same as all of it. Right. Was Wikipedia founded by the CIA? Don't know. Doubt it. In the same way, like blockchain wasn't started by the CIA, but certainly been co-opted by them. Wait, let me find out about this one. In 1917. But what was the socio-political situation at the time? Oh, they were having a revolution at the time. It was when communism was being... Oh, come off it. Fuck's sake. It's just trying to preach from the Vatican point of view that Russia shouldn't go commie. That's all that was. Jeez. What a load of shite. Consecration of Russia. So I just read apparently the third part. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, the wiki says it all. The purpose of the vision, the purpose of the vision. So it has a purpose. So it's made to sell a particular point of view. Meant to mobilize the forces of change in the right direction. Meant to stop people from going communist, because then the church would have no power. Okay. It's the same as this sudden religious turn in contemporary society. It's just a way of trying to control people again. Right. Yeah, they didn't do it in 1960 because the Cold War was about to come. I guarantee you, it's just about politics. It's just geopolitics. That's all it is. It's got nothing to do with, like, all of these visions that people have. And I mean, if your people are the people who are going to be saved, I mean, that's very convenient, isn't it? It's very convenient that Portugal is going to be the one nation that is saved in this vision of Portuguese people. If you tell me your people are going to die and your enemy is going to survive because of a vision you had, then I'll be interested. I'll be much more open to that. Oh, Fatima came to be seen as presenting the victory of the Blessed Virgin over communism. Get to fuck. So that, I mean, it was always just a way of telling people what to do. It's the same with all these things. It annoys me. And it really annoys me more that people are so desperate to follow people and to believe in something beyond themselves. Which I get that. But that they'll blindly follow idiots. That's what I don't like. Oh, one sec. Oh, so there's debate over whether the full text was actually released. Oh, apparently there's no, I don't know. You just have to take people's word for it, apparently. I mean, yeah, it just sounds like a bullshit story to stop communism. The whole thing was used to start an anti-communist movement in Europe. All we have to do is look at the effects of what happened to see what the intention of all this was. Just reading about another person who's done the exact same stuff. Why delay it for 40 years? Because the battle against communism was working. It was a setup. This nun, apparently, she was remembering visions from when she was a kid, as an adult, and then talking about it. Come off it. It's all anti-communism shit. It was just to start an anti-communist movement in Europe, because it would have taken power away from the Catholic Church. If the state is the central authority figure, the church no longer is. It was just an anti-communism movement to consolidate power for the Vatican. Easy explanation. No conspiracy needed. I mean, there is an element of conspiracy, 100%, between these these people. Yeah. So in 1917, they apparently saw this vision 6 times between May and October. But they don't mention it to people until years and years later, when one of them is already a nun in a nunnery. Okay. I mean, how do we know hypnotism wasn't to blame as well? Like, she was so desperate for church approval. The bishop ordered her to put the third one in writing. It's just a load of crap. It's mad that people even consider that. Half the Catholic Church stuff, though, is just fuck. All of those religions, really. Pretty fucked. But yeah. I think I'm gonna get going because I'm tired. And yeah, got shit to do. Nearly 7 hours. Oh yeah. Yep, that's true. So yeah, definitely need to get going. Yeah, I do need to go. I really need to eat. So yeah, no worries. I hope the rest of your modding goes good, you know. And yeah, I really need to get food because I'm not even making sense. See you when I see you. Have a good one, etc.